Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is May 6th. It is day 10 of the Karen Read case. And we went through a lot of witnesses yesterday and really got to our first law enforcement witness. This is the supervisor from Canton PD who is on the stand under cross-examination. He found the drinking glass that had part of it broken at the scene. He's the one who decided that the leaf blower was the way to delicately remove layers of snow to see what else he could find around the area where he believed John O'Keefe's body to be. And I say he believes because we learned that he was told by an officer who was told by an officer who was told by another officer. And there's just a whole game of telephone because, well, there were very few officers on scene when EMS decided that because of the hypothermic conditions, they needed to take John O'Keefe to the hospital to warm him up before he could be pronounced. So they were still working on him. So it was not a crime scene yet. And that is one of the reoccurring themes in this case, is that nobody treated this like a crime scene until they did, which was much later. And it seems, spoilers, that we will learn more about that whenever we get Trooper Proctor to the stand. So today, will we now be into the law enforcement witnesses? Are we going to bring other people that were coming out of 34 Fairview? I'm curious as to why the prosecutors brought this witness at this time and didn't just finish with Julie Nagel. And since we had done the other 4 people that are kind of connected to her, why we didn't go into that testimony next, why we jumped into this testimony, because at some point it's got to go in some kind of order because, well, otherwise it's going to get real confusing. But maybe now for the jury, it's all clear because they've now heard about the leaf blower and the red Solo Cups. They're really good at holding liquid. That's what he said on the stand yesterday. They're really good at holding liquid. It's going to be a long day, day 10. It will probably be a long week. The prosecution did say that their case in chief should only be about 3 weeks. So are we into the prosecution's last week of their witnesses? I guess we'll see as we move along. Or is this witness laying the foundation for the Commonwealth accident reconstructionist? Are they going to bring in the reconstructionist and just using this witness to pinpoint roughly where John O'Keefe's body was? I don't know, but we've got a lot of cross-examination to go, I suspect. I haven't even had breakfast yet, so I'm going to need to get the coffee on board or I'm going to lose my mind. So hopefully you've got your coffee. I made a cappuccino this morning. I've got a chocolate croissant today because, well, it was just time. It was just time. It was just time. Let's go to court, law nerds. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to roll to court. Are you ready for live court? I'm ready for live court after yesterday's cross. Did you guys catch up on the case briefs today? If you have not been catching up on the case briefs, those of you that have, I have seen so much positive feedback, not just for the energy, time, and editing that Team Baker puts into getting those out, but for the appreciation of being able to kind of zoom through days that you might miss or days where you just want to catch the main takeaways. Those are on the Emily Show YouTube channel. And if you like an RSS feed or listen to podcasting apps when you're not here with me live, those are also on the Emily Show podcast feed. If you want to pop them on your podcasting app, you can do that in, any of your favorite podcasting apps. So they're there. Ready to go to court? Ready? Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I see so many of you saying that you watched the case briefs right before we got to court. I'm so glad. And if you missed the Emily Show pod this week, that comes out on Monday. We talk about Diddy going to trial. We talk about Donna Adelson, all the things, some new information in Idaho. Y'all, trial season's busy season. Trial seasons, it's like May-cember. It's everyone's birthday. By the way, Ava, happy birthday. Chris, just let her know happy birthday from me. Anyway, it's birthday season. This month is my birthday, my husband's birthday, my dad's birthday, my sister-in-law's birthday. It's literally everyone's birthday. It's the end of school, it's graduation season, it's AP exams, it's, you know, my kid moves in later this month for DCI for this. It's all the things. It's all the things. It's all the things. And to everyone who is in the chat whose birthday it is, happy birthday to y'all too. Look at all of us May. Well, not all of us might be May Tauruses, but you know, of the spicy variety, the May Tauruses are up in the chat. Let's just see if we can catch the hear ye's. I think I read that correctly and got the hear ye's up in time, so we're ready. We're ready. We're ready. Or I'm ready.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Oh, yes. Lieutenant Leafblower is on the stand resuming cross-exam this morning. Lieutenant Gallagher. Look,
Thank you for your patience this morning.
I understand saying we thought this was the best option in the snow. We don't investigate homicides. That's normally state troopers. State troopers weren't responding. We thought we had to do something. I understand that it is much easier in hindsight to say, okay, were there other options? And in the moment, you're like, we've only got what we've got. I don't have shade for that as much as I have shade for the audacity of, I'm not going to write a report about it. I'm not going to explain it. I did what I did. It's the audacity for me. Not even a, hey, we were trying our best. These are not the normal conditions we investigate under. And we saw what we saw. But I think the defense, well, we talked about this yesterday. I think the defense is going to get into, well, you used the leaf blower and you found that broken glass. What else did you find? What else did you find? And I think that's good for the defense. This was the first person on scene, leaf blowing around. What else did you find? The red Solo Cups, is there any, the blood's not going to disappear. Can we grab like, I don't know, straws and put them in the snow to like placeholder? It's not going to melt. I don't know. I don't know. The attorneys were at sidebar for an extended bit this morning, but that was not on the record. Jurors are getting those same three questions. So, yeah. So be it. Quilt said no reports, no chain of evidence. Yeah, the no chain of custody, the no reports. These are things I have way more shade for. It's just a calamity at this point. Not writing reports and then being like, who writes reports? That part. And when they get out the video to video the leaf blowing, not even to just walk around the area with the camera before you start leaf blowing. It does look like court's quiet. That was on me. Apologies. Same three questions. Jurors all said yes. Away we go into cross-examination some more. Day 10. Yeah, the why would I? You know, it's interesting too, because we got the why would I with Jen McCabe. You didn't go outside and you didn't go outside, did you? Why would I? Like, why? Why would you suggest that to me? Why would I?
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you.
So for this trial, this is the first appearance of my Absolutely Not shirt. Look, this just used to be my early morning flight shirt. I traveled in it. All of my flight crew from Delta always got a giggle because I was just like, this is how I've absolutely not this morning. But when we started getting into the repetitive absolutely not answers during the last trial, I was like, the shirt's coming out. We got our first absolutely not answer of incredulity yesterday, and the shirt had to come out again. The shirt had to come out again. Just
Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick
He's
question
thrilled
about
to be there,
what we
I'm
talked
sure.
about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower.
What else did you find?
During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the...
Literally.
I think you called it the berm. B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb.
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7,
yesterday
about
is like-
50
I know
square
I
feet
did it.
50
area.
square
Why
feet.
would I need to
Okay,
write
fair
it
enough.
down?
But you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible,
Stacey
he
in the
may
chat
have
said
tripped and
Brian
fallen.
Albert
Okay.
didn't have cups in the leaf blower.
You did not recover or
Nobody wants
see
to
a
ask.
hat, a man's hat,
No, sir.
black
no.
in color, like baseball style hat.
No hat. No, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe.
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, getting down to moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to
All
the
right,
lawn.
well, there we go.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir. Not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discussed.
The jury does not know yet where these things are recovered. They've heard nothing about it. The jury has heard nothing other than there was broken. They've heard an opening that there were 46 broken pieces of taillight, that a shoe was recovered, that a hat was recovered. They don't know where, and they have not seen any of that yet. Those of us that have watched the trial before know more of this, but the jury has to be sitting there going, what do you mean? But we know that he was transported to the hospital with only one shoe with him when he was transported. We'll get there. So thank you, chat, for no spoilers. For everyone who's watching for the first time.
Discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
That's all they saw, the blood in the glass.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around when you were in the house. This is the second time you're at the location.
The shoe at the
So you
scene
went
gets
back
recovered.
with
We're just
Sergeant
not
Lang,
there
who will
yet.
Orient you to that time.
They haven't
That's when you actually
there's no
entered the home for the first time.
testimony
with
about
Brian
it yet.
Albert. Is that right?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question.
And he didn't go check to see if
about
the
a year
cocktail
ago in
glass
another
came from the
proceeding. Do
house.
you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a
Did I look around? No, only with my eyes.
miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Ms. Gallagher. With regard to your
Just with his eyes, chat, just with his
the
eyes.
time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
He's gonna get to why would I do that.
You didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not. No, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not. No.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct. No. Absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir.
You
Nope.
didn't look around the garage?
No.
Absolutely.
Other than walking in
Absolutely
and
not.
basically,
The absolutely not confuses me. Also, the like, why would I? They're not treating this as a crime scene. That's why. If you don't think it's a crime scene, why would you search the house? If you think it's a medical, which he said, we're trying to figure out what the medical is, nobody's treating it like a crime scene. Nobody is. Nobody's treating it like a crime scene. Why would I look around? Why would I write a report? Why would I worry about change of custody? Why would I do any of that? It's not a crime scene. It's a goddamn arms race.
where you just described,
Apparently.
standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay.
Sir, the
You
internet's just
also
going to
didn't,
meme you into
subsequent to
Beaker.
that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant.
I had the shirt. I had
No, I
the
did
shirt
not.
before the
Okay.
trial.
You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house.
That's absolutely correct.
You
Why
were
so many
aware at the
absolutelys?
time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
He doesn't know that there was a head wound. He only knows that there's blood. So all he knows is that there was blood at the scene, and he kept saying he thinks it was a medical.
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of the, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or
Scratch everything I just said. If everything's a possibility at that time, you search the house.
Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
How do you know that?
To your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
What
And
evidence?
the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
There's a dude outside with a drinking glass. Why wouldn't the assumption be that that glass came from inside a house? And you know what his answer was? From the evidence. What was the evidence? Talking to Jen McCabe. When has law enforcement ever trusted a singular civilian this much? Like ever.
Based on the evidence,
I
yes,
backed
at
it
that
up.
time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time,
At that time.
so Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were
But did Lank ever tell you anything other than where John was found? Because there's no reports, so how would we know?
others in the house.
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that.
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
We
And
were
before you
removed.
from
We
the
removed ourselves.
Investigation.
We
You just
removed
left the
ourselves.
house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge that the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case.
Absolutely not.
It did factor into your decision making that Brian Albert was a police officer.
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that.
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay. Not by you.
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert,
Detective.
Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And
Best.
you were his direct supervisor.
I was at one point, yes.
If you have not seen this case, watched this trial, seen the last trial, if you are generally new to this case, go ahead and put a 1 in the chat, because if this is going to go the direction I think it's going to go, A, I'm going to squeal, but B, just wait. If we're going the direction I think that we're going in, I'm going to sit on my hands and wait, because I think best detective Kevin Albert, you were his supervisor at some point, is going to get in to other things that have happened with Kevin Albert. Buckle up, chat. Buckle up.
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
But why was he disciplined? Are we going to get into it?
You indicated that
No! Come on.
you contacted your deputy.
Are we going to have to wait? We're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait to find out why he was disciplined. Let's see if he gets
Chief,
there.
Deputy
He might
Chief
not.
Kelleher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Kelleher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Kelleher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, A-R-L-O.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but
And you're aware that those are motion-activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
that is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Briefly.
Did the camera catch like cars coming and going, or no?
Thank you.
Or no?
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph that I've just handed you?
Yes,
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me to save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
I mean,
it is S. Okay.
Don't apologize. It might actually be hard to
Thank
read.
you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera and the door.
Okay. Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's? Sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning? Basically, its positioning in January of 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage? From that
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, when we publish, I'd like to mark this for.
I love
as
that he
evidence,
added,
next
I have
in
the
order.
same camera, which means he has a better foundation of knowledge for this camera.
Yes.
Fantastic.
53?
I don't remember if they brought this camera in last time. We all asked, like, so many cops live on the street. Why aren't there literally cameras everywhere? I don't remember if it came in or not, truly, but it's a good
May I
line of
publish, Your Honor?
questioning.
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
Oh,
That
it does
is
look
correct.
Okay.
like an Arlo
I'm
camera,
going to
not
draw
a
your
Ring camera.
attention.
Fair enough.
And by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a
I don't remember
redaction
this
of the
picture
address. You see that?
at all.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which I'm
Yes.
highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34
If
Fairview
you
as
had
well
said
as
put
32
your back
Fairview?
into it, I was
Oh,
going to lose
sure,
my
absolutely.
mind.
Okay. Did you seek...
Yeah, I don't think we
and
saw
can
this
take
picture
this,
last time.
Take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera
I did not.
from Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it
Why?
would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay. So,
Yes, I've seen it.
So you've seen screenshots that
Sure.
Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual...
AJ, you know that when this dude goes and picks up packages, he's at least dancing, flipping off the camera, memeing. And the photo is going to be him doing this to the camera. That's all just speculation on my part because they're just homies. But there's gonna be memes. And he's like, no, I've seen a picture. Was it you doing this? I just have questions. I went and picked up a package for my supervisor. Right. You 100% did something on that camera that he sent you a screen capture of. Like 100%. But he said, no, it just captures the door for the package and the lawn area. Oh no, I don't blame him. It's just, there's a reason he's seen those screenshots.
application to see what it might...
Also, you find a fallen police officer across the street and don't know what happens, and you don't canvass the neighborhood to ask everyone, did you see anything? Did you hear anything? Do you have any cameras? Do you have anything? They did that in the Jesse Smollett case. They canvassed the neighborhood for like 3 days in a fucking blizzard in Chicago. And nobody went door to door. They didn't even like activate a phone tree. What the fuck?
encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it.
You worked as a detective. detect or say, you know what? It was up to Trooper Proctor to do it. But no, that's not the answer. The answer is, why would I? I mean, that's my summation of the answer. Why would I? Why would I? Why would I ask?
Whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's
I
overwritten.
would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo.
I have never worked, and I've worked with a lot of law enforcement agencies. Most of the time it's ask. Hey, it might not be there, but it might. We got to ask. Let's ask. You just ask. And yes, that was his mouth dropping open that made the popping sound. Just ask. You never know. You never ever know. Just ask. Nah. He's not going to see anything. I think the defense leaning into the relative competency of this investigation is their best defense in front of the jury, because with witnesses like this, it's real easy to keep it simple. So you just made a bunch of assumptions that did nothing. So you want this jury to convict this defendant based on all y'all's assumptions and Trooper Proctor's text messages. Okay. And yesterday there were people in the comments and chats, and it's fair asking. So Emily, you're rooting for one side. No. But I don't know how anyone's not appalled by this investigation. I want to see how the evidence comes in. I want to see how the experts testify. But how does anyone think this investigation's okay? This isn't okay. This is not how the job should be done. I am 100% appalled with this investigation, and have been since I first heard about this case. This investigation's terrible. And so, yeah, I'm horrified by this investigation. We'll see what the accident reconstructionists say. But this attitude of, yeah, I knew what they were going to say, so I asked them. It's the reason y'all didn't ask Karen Reed anything either, right? No, she had confessed. Why would we ask her anything?
System?
I don't know anything about it. I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't.
I have to stop pausing because your inconsistencies don't stand out as much when I stop pausing. He said they set up, they had the exact same system 3 minutes ago, except not in real time because I keep pausing because I'm so fucking annoyed. And now we got to, I don't have Arlo cameras.
So because of your expectation,
It's a weaponized
you didn't
incompetence
seek
at
the footage
best.
and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's
I
overwritten.
would assume so. I'm not familiar with how
That
long
was him
Arlo
popping.
keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about it. I don't have Arlo cameras. So I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't-
system. But I have Blink, so we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have Blink, correct.
You're not familiar with how Arlo works.
He's saying blank or blink. I don't know. I don't have Ring either anymore because I had issues with Ring. But what the fuck, man?
Correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera. You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like
I
that
can't
ring
even.
footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not ring. And
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Doesn't the deputy chief care that there is a dead cop across the street from his house? Is no one concerned? Is no one bothered? I swear to God, if there is a car parked in my neighborhood too long, it is in not only the community text thread, but on Nextdoor. Somebody's goat goes missing. It's on Nextdoor. Like, all of a sudden, everybody's just like, nah, not bothered. Nobody wants to help. Nobody's checking their own ring footage. Nobody's bothered. The school buses are late. It's on Nextdoor. Nobody even asks, hey, does anyone have ring cameras? Do you see anything between this time and this time? Hear anything at all?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
He's a police officer.
What the fuck?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017 when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the
Chat, full permission to just sing Satellite, because I need to disassociate from the fuckery that is happening this morning. Just also, why does DEA need a satellite in Canton? It seems that Canton has like a rash of drunk driving, not necessarily, I don't know, meth. Why does DEA have a satellite in Canton? A separate
brick and
conversation.
mortar location of Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
I mean, maybe they do.
did,
I
yes.
don't know.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay.
If those meals involve
it is
cocktails,
safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins,
Yes, I do.
and you consider him a good friend.
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022.
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean. I
Yes,
know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that
I just want the
when you went
tea.
over to
Were you mad that they were hanging out
Brian
without
Albert's
you?
house,
I just wanna
that Brian
know.
Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right. So what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house. At least
Did
that
Brian
second
Albert tell
time,
you they were all hanging out
might
without
or
you?
might not
That's what he
have
wants to know.
expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived the night before.
Can you rephrase that
PJF,
question?
thank you.
I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank,
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct.
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad. Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation.
Yeah, to be fair, there's a lot that they didn't do, but once the investigation turns over, it's a full stop. Like a full stop. So at that point, it's fair that it's turned over. Now, I think the timing on when they were talking to Jen McCabe gets a little squirrely, but we'll get there, I'm sure.
Before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so
That's
you were
fair.
removed.
I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the
tap.
building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights.
Access.
To just different areas.
Rights is a weird
You had, for
way
instance,
to say
being
that.
a top-level Canton lieutenant,
I might
you
just be
had
being
a
picky 'cause I'm
key
annoyed.
card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted.
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
Absolutely not.
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably
Would that
is
be-
easier.
would that be
Yeah.
where?
Explain.
Everywhere
So I
except-
can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card.
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other
I think
location?
that's what I said, the evidence room
Okay.
and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had
Access
rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I
Okay.
could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the
Absolutely,
outside,
yes.
meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there.
I saw a lot of questions about permanent evidence. He talked about it a bit yesterday. It is their evidence locker where things are being kept for cases that they're working versus temporary evidence where things might be transferred out to other departments, et cetera.
Correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian
simple.
door
breakdown.
on the main entrance side, it's
He
for
had access to
location
temporary evidence,
purposes.
is my
It's right
understanding.
beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down.
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations. The pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
So
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
administrate things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniformed police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34
Let's just
Fairview,
jump
when you walked
around,
in with
it's fine.
Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Great question. Let's just back up. Anyone see a dog? Where is the dog? Where'd the dog go? Also, this weekend when Limp Bizkit played, I'm still not over it.
Speaking of the Sally
DJ,
Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I
AJ,
apologize
hold up.
about
We're telling
bouncing around.
stories. I know you're in the middle of a murder trial. The DJ for Limp Bizkit is the DJ from House of Pain. And I thought the Boston tie-in was hilarious.
A little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the
Gonna
Sally
continue
Port,
to jump
you
around in
indicated
time
that
here.
basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to
I don't know if
everything
everyone
inside
had
the Sally
access.
Port, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Other stuff. Yep, other stuff.
Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
We had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when, I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that.
He wasn't
had
working.
you wanted
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
to. Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece?
Oh, they're not looping him into shit. He was the scene supervisor, and he stood around and went, "Yep, write reports." I'm not writing reports. Y'all write reports, and that was it.
Of evidence have been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it
Again,
was on
That
your
actually makes
property,
sense to me.
in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
that's up to my chief. That's not up
He's
to
like,
me.
I just
I
work
see.
here.
To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek
He's like,
to
"Not me."
photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever
Yeah,
seen
that
a
was a state
photograph
police investigation.
of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 31st, sorry, 30th or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken. The photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph
He's like, I
that
don't
was
know.
taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been, you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not? You had already moved from that spot?
I had,
What?
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Kelleher at the time. I know you keep calling, it's a mix-up. So we've had
Kelleher and
promotions since
Gallagher.
January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was a
when
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Kelleher, he was actually Lieutenant Kelleher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
Fair.
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct. yes,
Okay.
sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022?
So this is important to know that unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs.
That's actually fair because what you have authority over, if they had been doing stuff when they didn't have authority, that would have become a big shit show. And they knew that it was going to become a state police investigation. And I have to wonder if part of the, I don't know, lackadaisical behavior we see is because they knew it was going to be a state police investigation. They knew from the time that John O'Keefe was taken off the lawn at 34 Fairview, they all knew that he was going to be declared. No one was confused about that within law enforcement, I'm sure, given everything they knew. He was not breathing. He was completely non-responsive. They couldn't call it at the scene because they needed to warm him up. They knew that. They were calling state police early that morning because they wanted state police to take over the investigation. And state police was like, did they code him yet? No. Call us back. So they all knew that it was going to go to state police. And once it officially goes to state police, they cannot do anything. It is not their investigation. If state police asks them to do something, they can. But they cannot initiate things on their own. So for this part of the we were hands off, that part's fair. Earlier on, we didn't even ask. You were over there getting cups. You didn't say, hey, can you just check your ring cam to see if anything happened last night? We're trying to figure out what happened. But once we get there, then that part becomes not on them. It becomes on state police. And we'll get to state police witnesses later. But they can't do anything. Can they make reports? They can only make reports based on what had happened earlier. So they can memorialize the things dated up until the time the case gets transferred. 100%. But they cannot continue to investigate. That is not their jurisdiction anymore. And this is no longer your case. Stop.
Yes.
Okay.
And had they not stopped, it would have been, this is the way that would have gone if they had not stopped investigating when it got turned over to state police. Oh, but you're all Canton. Kevin Albert's a Canton cop. You all wanted to stay engaged in this investigation to shift it, it would have been a whole different situation. Casey Miller, we will get here. Casey said, is the Sally Port theirs or state police? The Sally Port is Canton PD's. We'll get to why they used it. But state police decided to use the Sally Port, not Canton PD. They can't make those decisions anymore. They can't investigate anymore. So for the things that they should have done, it's before John O'Keefe is declared. After John O'Keefe is declared, it is not their investigation anymore. So, and that's normal procedure for them.
You would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Yep.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, like a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hyper sensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
And it can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done, yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material, the most sensitive of all the biological materials.
Well, that's not how he
is
sees
DNA
it.
evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to
Yeah,
move
he doesn't see it as sensitive.
saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium that I
Yes.
just touched? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints, yes.
DNA is transferable,
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs.
easily transferable. So there's that. Did we get to look at this photograph? I think we did.
Okay. There are 4 photographs, Gallagher, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr.
I'm all
Gallagher, do you
set.
recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I
Shane,
do.
we're
How
behind
do you
because of the
recognize,
audacity
what's
this
depicted in
morning.
each one of those, there's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to the Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the Solo Cups, the Stop and Shop bag.
That is correct, yes, sir.
Their approach?
Yes.
They did take photos when they turned over evidence from Canton to state police. The SUV was always in state police custody.
Your Honor, with the court's
So
permission,
it is
I'd like
on
to
state police to
mark
take
this next
photos
order.
of the SUV.
No objection, thank you.
We're not there yet in this trial. We are along. Maybe that's what we're going to get today. Maybe we're going to get into the Dighton police that were there to help collect the SUV at Karen Reed's folks' house. Maybe that's where we get. And then to the Sally Port and the processing of the SUV. We'll have to see what happens after this witness. I'm going to zoom while they're marking all the pictures.
Yeah, or it shows a
Because
license
the court
plate.
reporter was marking the photos.
Do you recognize
There we go. Photo of the SUV.
what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph, which is 55, looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we
He
call
thinks
it
it's a paper
agree to
towel.
call it a rag or paper
You think it's a
towel.
paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture in the pictures, but it's a white object. Yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's
He's like, I don't care.
next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes.
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire. Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag. Yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record.
There it is.
What's depicted inside the bag?
The red Solo Cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do. Yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I
front.
can't see the top of it. It would be it's nearby. Yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph. This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo Cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo Cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo Cups.
The only ones I have seen. Yes.
And those photographs that you see are
Nanner,
within
the shock is for sure worn off of this because
2.5 feet.
we knew this was
Right
coming.
rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately. Yes.
And the right rear of that SUV
Doesn't make it
houses
better.
The taillight material, correct? The taillight
The
area.
tail light area. Yes.
If it helps, chat, they should be
The
saying
cups were not sealed.
They should be saying suspected blood because I don't think they ever test them to confirm, but I don't remember specifically. That hasn't come in yet, but
Correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes.
That
if only there was some kind of thing that you could use to seal the bags that indicated that they were evidence, like evidence tape.
box had tape on it.
That's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red. It can be blue.
That's not the
Evidence
question.
tape is different colors.
Normally
Evidence
in
tape.
your experience, red evidence tape is
Evidence
used to
tape.
formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes.
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
Correct.
It's part of your chain of custody. You should seal it with tape, and oftentimes people will initial it. And then if the lab has to unseal it, they'll initial it, and then they'll note it. So every time a piece of evidence is opened from the sealed state that it's in, you should have a chain that says, I sealed it, who opened it, Who sealed it again? What did they do with it? There's like, I don't know, a log.
Oftentimes that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have an
I mean, the internet knows more about evidence procedure from watching CSI Las Vegas or Miami or whatever than we've got here.
initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words,
No, he said there should be initials on it.
normally in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes.
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence,
Wow.
correct? I mean, pre-printed. with
Pre-printed, yes, correct.
And it may have a place for initials to be.
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct.
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
Emily, just let Jackson say the things you're saying out of your mouth. He's saying them in court. Same train of thought, because there is just a way to do this. There is just the what there is just the one way.
Yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over
Integrity!
the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct.
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
Correct.
A thumb drive.
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
Correct.
None of that was done. Correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap. There was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing.
And again, if you can't find an evidence bag, you have to improvise. Just seal it. Just seal it. You've made do. Okay, seal it then. At least if you are saying we are making do the best we can with what we have at the time, but then follow procedure after that.
Over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes.
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
They were, yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could it come out of his
Apparently, Stop and Shop.
back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And
But most
Not only
bags
the cups
are
were not sealed.
sealed.
the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
Right. So
You
why?
agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking,
Who had it
there
before
were other
the
people there that
criminalist?
weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures,
Who's not a trained criminalist.
correct. But the cups weren't in his hands.
Who
was in
had
the
it before the
criminalist's hands. Those are
criminalist?
the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question
On February 1st. On February 1st. Who had it between January 29th and February 1st?
is there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know,
How do you know?
because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal
Right.
knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you
Right.
agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood,
If it was taped, if you taped it, you collected it, if you or Lank had taped it, there would be a way to know if the tape was broken or cut. That's why it gets taped. And then you could say, I put it in the fridge, or Lank put it in the fridge, or whoever put it in the fridge. It was signed and sealed on the date, and that tape remained unaltered until February 1st when we gave it to the criminalist. That is the point.
next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone? And I asked, that's a yes or no question.
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Sir,
And you
I'm
said,
gonna need
well, it's not a
Botox
yes
after
or
this
no,
trial.
but for your
Like,
purposes, I
my
would say
eyebrows
yes.
are trying to reside in my
Correct.
hairline.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my
anything,
question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Guess what? It's less possible if it's taped. That's why you tape it.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
Wow. We're done with cross. Who knew?
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant
Brennan.
Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
How does Brennan make Arlo sound like owl? I don't even know. We're on redirect. My brain is still broken.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used the phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information?
Was it his only camera? Or were there others? Because if that's the package camera, wouldn't there be a street camera to show what cars are arriving on one of the ends of the house?
Information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than
reading.
your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
Yeah.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything.
The feed has frozen. It's not you. It's not your internet. It's not me. The feed has frozen. The audio was still going.
Activated cameras.
There we go.
And he didn't have
I'm
a
going to let him answer his full question, but I felt I needed to explain that the feed was frozen.
Why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
in my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras, and he
That
didn't
was the
have them
feed.
on the street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die in and who knows, very quick.
Well, that's at least an answer. Wouldn't have captured anything, and it's a busy street. The batteries would have died. Solar cameras exist, my guy.
The street because it's a busy street and the batteries would die and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road? Is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton. Yes,
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you
Well,
know
that's
who
foundational.
operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
yes, the Department of Public Works for
That's
the
a
town.
good
of
way to
Canton.
get the foundation in, I guess.
You
Count 2 requires, and I think count 1 also requires, that the Lexus SUV be driven by Karen Reed on a public way. So there we go.
were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was
never
any
saw him.
trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes,
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an
Leading.
investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
in this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot, and we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the Can't Fire Department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us. I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Me too, Tines. I love them.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, or Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman.
Let me move myself.
You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
Let's see if
No,
I can move
I
me
did
over
not.
here.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
That chair was
You asked
squeaky.
questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches
And why such a limited search?
because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There
Not
were no
true.
other footprints.
Any other visible signs
Across the yard, but there were footprints all around where John O'Keefe was found.
that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
They only searched an area, or they only looked in an area of 15 to 18 inches around John O'Keefe's body. he had said yesterday they were looking for medication or anything that might explain the medical, because they were still treating this as a medical. So that's where we're
No,
at.
not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
Brennan, did you just say any doggy prints in the snow? It's a very good question from Brennan. The phrasing is kind of killing me. And that's me being picky. But it's a real good question. No one has asked if there were paw prints anywhere.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant.
But the phrasing.
Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes.
You were asked questions about people in the home, and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please.
Oh, leave it dark. Let the jury stretch. I think it's a fair line of redirect because Jackson asked, you didn't search the home. You didn't get a search warrant. You didn't ask. And he's like, no, we didn't ask. I didn't search the home. I used my eyes to look, and that was it. It's a fair area of redirect based on Jackson's questions. We'll see what the court does. I'm going to zoom. Look, as there are times that Brennan just absolutely irritates me in the way he does things, but it is not bad questioning on the redirect. Does it overcome all of the nonsense? No, but I think he uses redirect strategically at times to highlight the points he wants to make about his case and leave the rest of it alone. You're not going to undo the fact that there were no reports and that stuff wasn't sealed. It is what it is. And so he's not highlighting it. He's highlighting, you have no information that John O'Keefe was in the house. You have no information that he was in a fight, and using that to negate what the defense is going to argue later and what they are positing in their questions. All right.
Yes.
There we go.
An officer,
I zoomed a little too far.
as a lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes.
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is
I
that?
think these are fair
Probable
questions.
cause.
And
for sure.
For us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You
You have to write an
get
affidavit
one.
in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Oh, they can do
Yes.
a consent
Did
search.
anybody,
They can do a consent search.
did anybody prevent you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert,
didn't
did he
ask to
ever
do a consent search.
discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
That sounded like the court's.
Were you
Tech
doing
system
any
that
favors
being
for
booped.
anybody that morning?
No, of course not.
If you had probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes.
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
That is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did.
Why did you tell him to do that?
because I want it, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not
I know not everyone will agree with me, and I am okay with that. The glass and John O'Keefe alone may not have been enough to get a search warrant. No, they did not ask. They were still treating this as a medical. They were looking around where John O'Keefe was because they thought they would find something that might explain the medical. John O'Keefe being on the lawn is not enough. They have to connect him to the house in some way. And at that time, all their witness statements, though I have a lot of criticism for how they obtained their witness statements, all their witness statements said, we saw him at the bar and we didn't see him again. Based on all of that, I think most judges would have denied that search warrant, saying you have no connection to the house. The glass, I don't think would be enough for most, but it's tenuous. They chose not to ask. So with them choosing not to ask, there's not much we can second guess on that because they chose not to ask. They could have asked Brian Albert to look around the house. They were still treating it as a medical. They didn't think that they needed to, truly. And you can see that in all of this. They didn't think they needed to. But John O'Keefe on the lawn is not enough on his own. There has to be a connection to the property in some way to go inside the property. And they did not think that they had enough. And I will be critical of a lot of other things in this investigation. I understand why they didn't ask for a search warrant in this context at this time. So would they have gotten it? Probably not. Could they have asked the Alberts if they could have looked around the house a little bit? Yes. But if they're still thinking, oh, this is a medical, then they're not going to. It would be more clear if any of them had just explained that without it being a weird way. They explained it in a very weird way. It was like, why would I? Absolutely not. Instead of saying, and he said at the beginning, we were treating this as a medical and we were trying to figure out why John O'Keefe ended there on the lawn, and we were still treating it as a medical. So we will see. I like your dog. Wait, where is it? I like your dog more said, so if it's a medical, then Karen never said I hit him. I don't know if Karen never said I hit him. I think she said some variation of, could I have hit him? Did I have hit him? No one treated it like a confession. No one treated it like a confession. The DA is going to try to treat it like a confession now, but no one treated it like a confession at all. And they had no evidence of a vehicle collision at this point. So on the search warrant thing, I think they could have asked, and I think maybe the glass would have been enough to say, can we look in the house? And the search warrant would literally be, can we look in the house to see if there are any matching glasses, which means you can look on open surfaces and then anywhere a glass could be. But they definitely weren't thinking that. And Lindsay, or she could have said, I hit him, ? Not period. Yes. Again, whatever people heard on the scene, no one treated it like a confession. They all treated it like Karen Reed was in distress. Hopefully that helps. The lack of a search warrant is not the weirdest thing to me in this. And I think you see my reaction when there are things that I very vehemently disagree with. This is not one of the things I vehemently disagree with. Would things have been better in hindsight? Yes, but given the information they had at the time, they weren't treating it like a crime at all. And didn't for a while. But we'll get to more of that with Proctor's testimony whenever we get there.
the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police?
They also treated all of the interviews they did with civilians without any curiosity. They took everyone at their word. And I am critical of that because you would like to see trust but verify. Like, okay, that's what you're telling me. Let's verify it. It was just like, oh, okay, good.
cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
So it's not a good investigation.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that
Can you
a policy
explain
of
it?
the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
It's jurisdictional, which is actually a pretty big
You
deal.
were asked about Alexis and the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You were asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No.
Did you
What?
see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is to
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Absolutely
Did you
not.
see anything
Again,
during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes.
There is a-
I think where Brennan is going with this is to try to cut off the assertion from the defense that someone tainted the SUV
I'll do it later.
with blood from
Is there any
those
objection,
cups.
Mr. Jackson, any objection to? Okay.
However, John O'Keefe's
All right, so we can
DNA
put it
being
in
on
at
the
any
car
time then?
is
And
not
then
strange
when
to
Mr.
me.
McDermott comes back
Thank you.
with it.
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday,
Again, for
showed
the
it to us-
Commonwealth, I don't think John O'Keefe's DNA being on any of the SUV, unless it is on the, like, inside what would be the closed casing of the taillights where you couldn't touch the vehicle, is all that shocking, considering that the SUV and his girlfriend are regularly at his house. They were in it together that night. It's just not odd to me that his DNA would be there. You would expect his DNA to be there, seeing that he interacts with that SUV. It's not odd to me. So we'll see as we get into this, but that's what the prosecution is trying to cut off, is that the blood in the cups is how John O'Keefe's DNA got onto the SUV. But we will get there when we get to DNA. We're not there yet.
yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Unless
Did
he's
you have
indignant
any
objection.
information
Quick,
that that glass
case brief.
came from inside Fairview
Case
Road?
brief. Just
No.
case brief.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
We're on
That is correct,
recross.
You
yes,
don't just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper.
Right. You don't just take witnesses' words for things. You don't just go, I'm gonna hurt myself. You don't just go, sure, that's what happened. You corroborate. I should just shut up and let him talk. I know.
You indicated that you were were
Same train of thought.
spitballing.
Same
Use your
train of
word,
thought.
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct.
You
Yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes.
ask more questions,
Absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
We're here today because, well, I don't know. Actually investigate.
You don't rule out anything
The dramatic
or
pause.
anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out, correct?
That is correct, yes.
You follow where the evidence leads you, period, amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek, to separate the occupants at 34
he
Fairview,
wasn't there.
correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not. No.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it early or anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is
Oh,
correct.
Chad, I like the suit
You
too.
didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand. I didn't know Brian Higgins was.
Look, when the witnesses try to slap fight with the defense attorneys, sometimes it may go well for them. This is not the defense team to try to slap fight with. This is not it. Maybe you didn't understand. Don't fucking try it, my guy. You're the one who didn't write any reports. There are times Jackson brings way too much smoke. This is not one of those times. You do not get to try to slap fight with him. You are going to lose. Maybe you didn't understand. He understands. He's highlighting all of your connections. This witness, sir, I imagine that this law enforcement agency hates this defense team. I imagine Jackson, also being a high-profile LA defense attorney, offends them deeply. We know what they're texting about the defense team just from what we've heard in court. And for those of you that didn't watch the pretrial motions, there are pretrial motions where they're calling the defense team assholes and whatever. Attorneys can be assholes. That's not shocking to anyone. But trying to, maybe you didn't understand with him, is gonna fail. It's just gonna fail. It's just gonna fail.
Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
He didn't ask anyone anything.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the
my
hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit.
I'm going to just asterisk what he said. They went back to take a statement from Jen McCabe, and he's saying, we were focused on getting to the hospital. I think the timing on that, I'm interested to see the timing on that is when this investigation got turned over. Because he said we wanted to get to the hospital. The timing on that's going to be real close, though.
Mr. Albert down and say, there, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done
Lank had
by
already
Detective
asked.
Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
No, they knew. He didn't
I don't know
know.
where.
Lank hadn't told him.
At
I
34.
mean, I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th.
Gallagher didn't know.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
You were standing in the house.
Blank didn't tell him.
Sergeant Blank, you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
I hadn't told his boss,
Nope.
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness.
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely correct.
We just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house,
apparently.
correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant.
You don't get in trouble, but if you go to trial later, it will come up as a serve that you didn't even have probable cause. It absolutely will come up. It will 100% come up.
Normal citizens can't do that.
You
It
don't
requires
get
the
in trouble,
judge's
but it
signature.
will come up.
You get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined.
You don't get spanked. I imagine if the judges offered to spank you when you didn't get a search warrant, we'd see a lot more poorly written search warrants, perhaps. I don't think that Jackson, I don't think everyone interprets that negatively, Jackson, and I'm not judging that at all. He said, we've gotten to spankings. He said, you don't get spanked. Jackson, sir, you are standing in court full-throatedly talking about spank. Okay, I'm just going to let him say it again. Why? Because apparently Jackson is looking at my second Audible account and the things that I am reading.
Correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely
We
correct.
just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that.
I had to
correct?
back up. I
You
had
don't
to
get
back up.
punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass.
They hadn't talked to Miss Reed yet. We'll talk about my two Audible accounts later. They didn't talk to Miss Reed yet. But at the scene, I guess, they didn't formally talk to her. At the scene, Miss Reed never said he was in the house, to our knowledge. But also, it seems that nobody told you Miss Reed said I hit him either. So I'm still stuck on the judges spank you if you bring them a search warrant that doesn't get approved. We're going to end up back with that judge with the pink chair. We're going to have to talk about texting judge again. There's a lot of you in chat that probably don't even know about the texting judge who was with the photo shoots. I don't think spanking was involved in that, but we'll talk about it. All of you with the two Audible accounts, look, I have a teen and all of my kids are dyslexic like me. We all use audiobooks. I don't need them to stumble across the wrong ones. We got second Audible. It's a reason for it. School books stay on one Audible, and How to Train Your Dragon. Emily books are on the second Audible.
Class where they were coming from a bar, and I had three separate.
I'm going to back up because he's listing out why he didn't get a search warrant. I think it's helpful. For him, or helpful for us to understand what he was thinking, and then we'll digress more later. Don't worry, it'll happen.
And a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature.
I went back
You
too
get in
far.
trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't,
It is a
I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances.
He's saying that he did not think there was enough, and he would have had to, he says, twist circumstances to get a search warrant here. So
Over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You got a guy outside with no shoe on.
he's saying he could have come from a car. We'll see.
Shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the
Right.
details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
He
I
didn't.
wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
I wouldn't.
That's
It's very
correct.
definitive.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
It's a good recross.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's a good question.
Changes to form, and
It's leading.
glass in right now, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
And Brennan just left it alone.
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Did you ever learn one fact that would
Your
lead you
next
to go into
witness,
that
Mr.
house?
Brennan?
I'd like to play clip 18, please.
I'm very interested what clip 18 was. By the way, if you do get a search warrant and they get approved, the judge also doesn't say good girl to you. So we're going to have to just put the spanking chapter of the testimony today to bed for a minute. He gave his recitation to the jury. We will see what they think, but he gave his recitation to the jury of why he didn't seek a search warrant. He said, and again, search warrants are written on the knowledge of the team. It's not generally just the one officer. Search warrant affidavits will include, this officer told me this officer did this officer collected that. You will include the knowledge of everyone on the team, which is why Jackson followed up with, but the people on your team knew this. He said that they had no reason to go into the house. And Jackson brought up, I think, very good points. But you have someone on the lawn with no jacket, missing a shoe. Could it have been inside the house? I mean, we'll see if the prosecution later argues, or could you just be coming out of a car from the bar? Because he said, we know they're coming from the bar. They presumed, it seems, or in hindsight, that the glass came from the bar. But I wonder if the clip that's going to be played is Karen Reed talking about the fact that they brought the glasses from the bar and John O'Keefe got out of the car with them, because she said it in one of her interviews. And if you're the prosecutor, that's exactly what you follow up with, is Karen Reed saying he got out of the car with the glasses. I think I think that the redirect from Brennan was pretty good. He didn't touch on the things that were the most problematic about that testimony. He just skipped right past it. And Jackson got right back to, but you didn't even go look. You did not investigate. And that goes to their theory of the case. When he was talking about ending up on a Brady or Giglio list, Jackson was right to reframe that and say, but now you're talking about lying on a search warrant, which is a completely different thing than getting into a search warrant and asking for it and having the judge say, I don't see enough. The officers themselves have to think that there is enough. And he's like, I didn't think there was enough. It doesn't mean that Lank couldn't have written it. And I'm wondering if they will bring this line of questioning up with Lank. Let's see what clip 18 is, shall we?
Thank you.
Bridget Stone said, Emily, ever hear of people's shoes coming off when they're struck by a car? Yes, it's not uncommon, but you would generally have other injuries that go with that.
May we approach?
It looks like they're going to approach about this list, or not list, me talking about Brady list. They're going to approach about this clip. They turned off the OnlyFan and they need to dust it. These are the status updates that we all need. We have not gotten to injuries of John O'Keefe yet. Did they turn the fan back on? No. Why so much of the OnlyFan? There we go. The updates you need. The fan is now back on. There's just a lot more evidence to come in, but we have not gotten to the injuries yet. I was very frustrated during the first trial how long they waited to bring in any testimony from the coroner about what happened to John O'Keefe. It looks like additional approaching. I wonder if they're showing the judge the clip so she can go watch it in chambers. I wish she would have just yeeted the jury for their morning break, which she might have, and watched the clip in court. Alessia is standing. And it looks like he said something, but I can't quite tell, because we weren't on the record. Alessi, the chat wants to know what lip balm you're using.
Please, jurors enter.
They did send the jury out on the morning break. Okay, jury's coming back. Brady Giglio lists are just the list that law enforcement end up on if there's been disciplinary action, Brady issues, things like that. We talked about the Brady list with Carrie Morrissey after everything that went on in Rust, ending up on the Brady list. It is something that will come up if an officer testifies that is on a Brady list. It will come up how they ended there and what the infraction was that they ended up there, whether it is not disclosing evidence, not recovering evidence, evidence that can be exculpatory. We will get down that rabbit hole another day, but this detective,
Commonwealth moves into
Lieutenant,
evidence and asks to play clip 18.
is not
Okay.
on a Brady list, or it would have come up. I don't know if Proctor's been terminated, so I don't know if Proctor even is on the Brady list, but Proctor's been terminated. I think there's bigger problems there. I think the termination supersedes it, but probably also on a Brady list. So, all right. For those of you just coming in, the tangent we ended up on was because of a question of Jackson's. So let's get to clip 18. This is Discovery ID. I bet this is about the glass. Remember, and this hasn't come up in trial, it's not going to. Karen Reed's defense team reached out to Discovery ID to do this docuseries. I used to speak to high school kids quite a lot. I've been busy doing this. I guess I just get to speak to the internet now, but I used to speak to high school kids quite a lot about how things they posted on social media, things they said could be used against them in court, the way that things can be made to look, the way when you think about something as a joke between your friends that it might look different when you get to court. And we talked a lot about sharing photos that should not be shared, or that you think are a good idea to share between two people and then they end up not between two people. this interview is a very good example of, well, it seems like a good idea. This is not going to be helpful, because the way things can seem in court to a jury when a prosecutor is sitting there saying it's this is difficult. But two reasonable interpretations, remember, two reasonable interpretations, that interpretation goes towards not guilty versus guilty if there are two reasonable interpretations. Let's proceed. We might watch it twice.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
You will
The comment.
that.
Thank you.
That's the clip I thought they were going to play, and it's the clip they play. When John got out of the car, he took my whole vodka soda, the one she had brought from the waterfall. Nails asked, did they ever find the shoe? They did. It's not in evidence yet. We know that.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence
it
and seeks
logically
to
made
play
sense.
clip number 17, please.
Okay.
It just made sense to do that one next, because I did watch the Discovery ID series.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said,
I think this is unaired, so I'm going to back this up a little bit. I think this is unaired footage from the docuseries. They have the docuseries, and they have unaired footage.
Clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, all right, I've been out late, I've been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I clip him somehow?
What must the jury think of that? I'm going to play it one more time. I saw a number of questions in the chat about why object to some of these clips. We're going to take a real quick look. Jackie said, I wish you were Karen's attorney. Look, she has incredibly smart attorneys on her team. It is much easier sitting here doing what I do than doing it in court. And I know, because I've done it in court quite a lot. She has great attorneys. She has great attorneys. And I will never be as smart as Alessi. That man is just impressive as fuck. I cannot. Order like Jackson, yes. But the legal case knowledge that Alessi has is just awe-inspiring to me. I'm geeked about it. It's impressive. The reason the defense might be objecting to clips, and I think this is really important, the defense cannot bring in Karen Reed's clips. They cannot bring in any of these interviews themselves. There is no hearsay exception for the defense to bring those in. If the defense wants to explain these clips, their options are to bring Karen Reed to testify. That's it. But they can ask for completeness. So they can object to say that the clip is unfairly cut, that the question needs to be included, that the clip needs to be longer for completeness. That is the only real fight they have on the clips, because they cannot keep them out. under the rules of evidence, which are, you know, surprisingly complex for this little set of rules because lawyers, the prosecution can use statements of a party opponent. Karen Reed's statements. The less statements she gives, the less they can use against you. It's why almost everyone you will find says, shut the fuck up. Acting prosecutors will say, I mean, you should shut the fuck up, but if you don't, it makes my life easier. Prosecutors are going to tell you, like, yes, you should shut the fuck up, but if you don't, it makes my life so much easier because you have not shut the fuck up. So thank you. Thank you. It just makes it easier to prosecute the case the more that you say. So Karen Reed's statements and interviews can only be used by the prosecution unless she chooses to testify. And I don't think she will testify if she thinks that they are ahead. If they think that they are winning, it is a lose-lose for her to testify. If they think that they have to overcome this, then she will testify. It just depends on how these clips are viewed in light of everything else that comes in. Can the clips of Karen Reed talking about what she thought, what she supposed, and what she saw, can they overcome the investigation in this case? And will any of it matter once we get to the coroner and once we get to the medical evidence and the accident reconstructionist? Because I think a fair interpretation of these clips, even the ones that look bad, and some of them don't look good, but I think when the jury looks at all of the information at the end and goes back, they might see these clips as, could I? And trying to figure out what happened. Or they might see them as, well, I left him there. And I did something and I don't remember because I was so intoxicated. We'll see. Let's let this roll.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked, why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was, I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, you know, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet.
She's just coming for their lawn.
So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Also, I imagine the defense will argue, Jen's telling me no one's seen him. Because what we already know in evidence is that Karen said I left him at the waterfall until Jen said, no, I saw you come to my sister's house. All right. All roads in this case right now are pointing to statements made by Jen
So
McCabe.
in order, it has 18 and then 17.
In the conversation of this case and what happened, Jen McCabe is the center spoke of who's telling people what.
Or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
No, not an actual waterfall, the waterfall. Either way, don't go chasing waterfalls.
Clip 12,
Stick to the rivers and the lakes that you're used to.
Clip 16, clip 17, and clip 18, all with her
Lally is standing. Well, maybe Lally's got the next witness. All right. They're marking the discs into evidence.
Robert Gilman to the stand.
Oh, Lally is doing the next witness as I start to zoom.
Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
The Commonwealth is calling Robert Gilman. Let's zoom until Mr. Gilman is on the stand.
Tell me straight the evidence to give to the court and jury. in case you have
This
any
is
issues.
an
The
ex-
whole truth and nothing but the
well-
truth, so help you.
I'll just let it run. But Lally has been doing some of the expert testimony. His questioning's been better, much better than last time. And sometimes when you stack Lally up against Brennan, there are times I'm like, oh, not as annoyed. Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we're on witness 19 for the Commonwealth. With all of Lally's papers. Right at the fucking microphone.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist,
How hard was the ground? Sorry.
And where did you go to school?
I said no spoilers.
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
I mean, go Penn State. If I ever had to do an internet trial and call a meteorologist, it's going to be Ryan Hall, y'all, isn't it? Isn't it? Or meteorologist Andy Hill. I mean, we're going to go to the internet experts. Y'all, we've reached the official part of trial where Lally gets to ask if it was snowing. Here we are. Lally gets to ask, was it snowing?
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing.
Okay, I am a weather nerd, but I am going to put him at 1.25 as we're doing his background training and experience and where he worked.
My education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington.
1.25.
I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State, and then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information.
I just have to give a shout out to Mix 104 because when I do radio, I'm there on Thursday mornings talking about this case. So big shout out to Carson and Kennedy on Mix 104.
To municipalities about snow and ice and consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis.
I want to hear more about that,
was
but it's not
primarily
relevant.
involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as
Can we talk about San Onofre? I have questions.
AccuWeather Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony,
Thanks,
you worked as a
Justine.
meteorologist in New York for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Oh, you guys
Now,
know
if you
about
could explain to the
San
jury just
Onofre
in
the
general
chat.
terms, what is meteorology?
Love it.
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Wait, really? The origin of hydrometeorology is one who studies falling water things? Chat, 10 out of 10. I already see all the was it raining men comments. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. One who studies falling water things. I need that in real time. It was too good. It was too good. I didn't know that. One who studies falling water things. I fucking love this so much.
Time span are we talking about as far as your work as a
I
meteorologist?
went too far
Just in
back.
general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and
That's our
examine?
word of the day today. Hydrometeorology.
Mostly measured data
I'm
such
delighted.
as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also
Whether or not it's raining men.
sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
The second
Now,
drop of
beyond
satellite
the
in here
satellites
today.
and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these, either automated or amateur weather observers, take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
Tango Spritz in the
And
chat.
what is
The
your
recaps,
current occupation?
the case briefs are on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show podcast audio feed. And if you have the app, Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com, we send you a notification when they go live. So there are 3 ways to find them. I am going to put him back at 1.25.
Meteorologist.
But
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded. My partner and I've been working
have
with
you ever
meteorologist
felt
Bill
like a
Guile
fool in the rain?
for 30 years.
Or wanted
We're
to
both local,
ride the lightning?
and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better
thunder, with the
on that shift kind of work during the day,
lightning and the thunder.
answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for the building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
Do you help people
And
decide
what
if they
type
need
of
their
service
umbrella?
does your company provide to your clients?
L-A-A-A.
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise
imagine.
snow and ice guidance.
Do you need to
it's for
cancel
safety.
schools? Do you need to plow the roads?
It's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving
That's very helpful.
local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound
I mean,
upon that just a little, sir, as far
lot.
as what types of data or information is
Okay.
it that your company provides?
I mean, snowandIce.com is kind of an epic URL that I was geeked when we bought Lawnerd app at lawnerd.com, but I'm going to put him back at 1.25 as he's going back through. His background is fascinating. We know it was snowing. I'm geeked. I'm a weather geeked. I love this. Lula asked, do I think in songs? I don't know if I do it consciously, but my ADHD sure does. I do think in song lyrics, but I'm also a verbal and auditory processor. So everything ties back to song and sometimes movie lyrics, but I need to get to whether this man believes that It's Raining Men is the different perspective of Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, and we can have a debate about that later as we get into song lyrics.
Precipitation timing, when snowfall
He's at 1.25.
might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain,
Right.
or go back to snow or ice
Big
to
things
help with
you
those
need.
kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves.
We
It's all
consult the
in-house.
sky.
We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Do we need to cancel
Again,
school?
safety,
Do we need plows? Do we need ice
efficiency,
or salt
environmental
or whatever?
concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area. in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer
What
to
is
the
the
28th and
definition of
29th, we were
bitterly
looking at a
cold?
storm coming in from the west.
It doesn't involve wind chill.
And strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline. And we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now,
Late
from a
morning,
scientific
midday.
perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing, either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that
Okay.
criteria?
The storm did, absolutely, for Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually
Lally is going to get to his favorite question, but was it snowing? I've seen a lot of you in the chat ask, for the weather nerds in the chat, y'all are thrilled. For the non-weather nerds in the chat, you're like, why are we doing this? The prosecution wants to bring in a medical expert later that is going to talk about John O'Keefe's head hitting ground. They want to get into the relative hardness of the ground and asked Ryan Nagel, like, did the ground seem hard to you? Which was weird. But want to get into how frozen it was in the days leading up, what the visibility was, how much snow there was, to try to explain some of this. So they brought in a meteorologist instead of just asking all the witnesses over and over. If this saves us 15 witnesses of, but was it snowing? It's worth it. But this is part of the prosecution shifting into their medical expert that they are going to bring in that did not come in the last trial. So that's why this is laying that foundation. I'm geeked for the weather talk, but it's why we're laying that foundation of how cold it was leading up to this storm and what this storm looked like. So will he be able to say how hard the ground was? Probably not. But is he able to say that it was freezing and bitterly cold in the days leading up? Yes, and he did.
occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history.
Really?
With 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022,
Okay.
what types of data
The
specifically
storm.
did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations, the Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America,
He's so excited about that.
close by.
I get it.
Boston, which is the first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes
Yes, we sped
snowfall
this
and
up.
snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was
How old
established
is
by
it?
Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little.
There's a whole story here. There's a whole story here. There's a whole story here. Massachusetts just I love the love for the legacy and history in Massachusetts. They love it. I'm
different
here for
types
it.
of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know
That's
how far
cool.
away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me
He
consulting my note
climbed
for a
the hill
moment.
both ways in the snow in 1885 to build the Blue Hills Observatory.
What are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from.
The reason the court has now interrupted the Commonwealth's witnesses with, did we notice the red manicure before? I didn't. Anyway, the reason the court's interrupting is because experts have to ask to review their notes because it is in fact a memory test. That's why the court broke
Blue
in.
Hill to Fairview. And that's.
So what are you
May
reading?
I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you are.
And the judge is like, sure, sir. Sure, sir. Let's just talk about the weather. But they should have talked about that.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34
There was
Fairview
not a
Road?
meteorologist
1 mile.
last trial.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury
All right,
sort
it's
of how
time
those
for me to
measurements
eat the
are
rest of
done
my
or how those
breakfast.
calculations or the
We're on
data is
1.25.
Sure.
If y'all need to get a snack, I'll message you when we get to
Boston,
cross.
again, is a first order station.
I hope it'll be a
It's
lessee.
Equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System. And it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to
Microsoft
collect
is
every
very
raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to
Probably
Norwood
better than my
Airport,
rain gauge
very
in my yard,
similar.
but I love my home
it's
weather
not
station.
as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years.
I love how much he loves it.
Former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the
He's so
data is collected or
excited. I just
calculated at
love
each of
it.
those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
Could we go faster?
And
Yes.
is it
Do I care at
routine,
this
both in
point?
your practice and
Yeah.
in your
Love it.
meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I am sped up at 1.25. I will send a message in the app when we get to cross and when we get to the next witness.
Gilman,
If
sorry, may
the
I-
weather
may I
nerdiness
just-
is not for you, I get it.
Gilman,
Go do
can
the
you
things you need to do. Change your laundry. You've probably left it in the washer.
Yes.
Go get it into the dryer.
Jurors can see the witness, please.
Take 5 minutes to fold it.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day And I believe there's, as I look through
My
it, hourly
Croissant
reports
is too flaky this morning.
of weather observations,
Ridiculous
especially for January
complaint,
29th at Norwood
everywhere.
Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service.
And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study here?
It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about.
Round the Commonwealth to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
That was Alessi objecting. I also appreciate that they picked
Your Honor, which course of mission may I
reporting
refer to?
close to Fairview.
Yes.
Thank you.
For all of you that said, I object to folding laundry, I get it. I just figured the reminder was.
So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found?
The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th.
telling you, the bomb cyclone
and continued
is
into the
insane to me.
29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little.
Adam Lally, I feel mocked, sir. Turn the page, though I knew it was unlikely to hear it, Metallica was at the top of my list of things that I'm like, I would 100% love. Like, there's some things you know you're going to hear. Turn the page was one of those I'm like, probably not going to happen, but the way I would live. So, sir, you just being all up in here before we turn the page to the 29th, I feel personally attacked. Emily, are you being sarcastic? Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch.
I love this fucking testimony so much. We've gone from turn the page to track a cat. I'm backing up. I just love it so much.
Began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th.
Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th?
Very little.
I know it's originally
Enough to
thought for
track
the
a
song.
cat, 0.2 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down?
Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed.
So
And
you're saying
from your
paw prints
analysis,
would be
sir, could you
visible.
describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall
Okay, I
for
got
the
it.
29th?
Now, as I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock, and it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m., we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches.
If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point?
I believe that was, do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m.
And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward
And
from
those
6
that
a.m.
arrived
on
on
the 29th.
scene after 6 a.m. said it was about 4 inches of snow, which is, he's saying there were 3.9 total inches. I mean, fair enough.
Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more.
Oh my God, the glasses
So
are
that
so
by
good.
7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch, 1.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on radar returns, the next-rad radar information based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of 1.5 inches an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground, and it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, 1/2 inch to 2/10 of an inch, and the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night.
If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate 1.5 inches per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point? Around 6 p.m. or so.
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
I mean, can't you just ask by the time the snow is done at 10 p.m.? Why do we need 6 p.m.? Why are we making it
Again, I'm just
difficult?
going to do the arithmetic of
Why are we making it hard on the guy?
subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8.
I mean, why not just ask till 10 p.m.? What relevance does 6 p.m. have? Unless it's because of when they were searching.
That arithmetic.
Oh, as the chat is saying, the
23.8 was the
searching.
total snowfall.
Oh,
and
he busted up, and I love it.
22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22.
22.5 inches.
Just short
by
of
6 p.m.
22.5 inches by 6 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
So just short of 2 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. He is still at 1.25, I think. I'm pretty sure I sped this up. Oh, no, I didn't. Darn it, Emily. Speed it up. All right. Now we're at 1.25. So we've gotten the total
Gentlemen,
snow
showing you 3 documents.
accumulation at relevant times. I don't want to miss anything that is going to be...
Yes,
Well-
I've seen these, yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3?
The first one is
Back it back down.
a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall.
I backed it back down.
Winter storm.
If we're going to get into
And we
times
began
and
sending this type of report, as I
volumes.
said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course, that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight, since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Well, our company sent out. My
Yes,
partner,
Wally.
Bill Guile, actually sent it.
he said yes.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
He wants to mark it into evidence. That's why he's
These are
identifying it specifically.
images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The the data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times. On January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Yes.
Almost introduce them as the next three exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
A number of you in chat are saying this wasn't the largest snowstorm. He didn't say that. He said it was the largest January snowstorm in Massachusetts history. And I am not going to fight this man on his Massachusetts weather history, but he did specify in the month of January. And again, the expert witnesses like this, especially when they are respected in their field and
Your Honor, may I-
love what they do,
Yes.
aren't going to mess around. The weather is the weather. It was what it was. I mean, I'm not. Some of you are saying, and there goes my Ryan Hall notification. Well, he's definitely not going to be talking about snow today, is he? I wonder, did Ryan Hall cover
Now,
this
Mr.
storm?
Gilman.
I know sometimes he covers snow.
What is the difference between a forecast versus
look.
a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best estimate based on science and
what
data
month was the
available
blizzard of 78?
of
If anybody
how
knows.
the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the
soup and sandwich of it all.
forecasting document?
I just,
Ms. Gilman, if you could.
the phrases are great. I did remember to check in on my my Pokemon sleep, and it looks like I got a shiny Chansey this.
And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have
Blissey this
before you
morning.
as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yay for me.
Yes.
And if you
Sorry,
could,
that was me.
directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of
Move
what we're
me out of
looking
the
at
way.
in this particular aid.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the
This is
heading
the
just
report
before.
that the jury will have
We
of the snow, just in case they don't
these
remember the
6-hour
storm.
time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case, today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important
Sir,
or
what?
add something that wouldn't be in one of
Shocking.
those columns.
Shocking. Sometimes
As far as the air
we've tried to
temperature
highlight what they
as
need to know
concerned,
because
as
we
far
know
as
they're
it
not going to
being
read it all.
reported, does that incorporate
Fair.
wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated
chill
amount,
is rude.
figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
And thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at.
Temperatures will
And,
also matter.
Specifically, if you could draw their attention to.
Remember, in the opening, the defense said that they are going to show that there was no hypothermia. So temperature, air temp, and wind chill is also going to matter.
To the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be
30 to
based on the
45
6-hour period. We
mile per hour
we give that
gusts
type of range because it's
at 23
scientifically
degrees?
accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Windy.
Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers, you might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way. And then that's cleaned off every 3 hours. And those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall.
Not like the yaw
event.
meter.
So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory
When he said a snowboard, he means a board that snow falls onto, and you clean it every 3 hours so that the board accumulates snow, versus like the yaw meter, which is like a stick that you stick in the ground and see how much snow accumulates.
We've been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in
took weather more
the weather
seriously.
office that would go out and make those measurements.
Computers.
Now they contract with an observer, and I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022.
Don't worry, we'll go back to 1.25. We've gotten away from the measurements that we are going to be most time relevant to, so I'm going back to 1.25.
I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport, and this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is, scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in 2 ways, either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
In Tennessee, it seems that if you can track a cat by it, we're canceling school. Like we're at the first measurement of snow, that schools are done for like a week. I don't mind it. I find it delightful. But no, we're 1.5 inches an hour is not even what we're school is canceled for a week with 0.2 of an inch of snow. That's it. We're done.
Now, what is the scientific definition
Everyone from
of
Michigan
whiteout
can just
conditions?
laugh at us, but no.
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days. People are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car, and if you're driving along, the wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in the storm.
I would imagine.
I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder. But I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just a reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce
Yes,
visibility.
we're talking about weather.
Fog,
Yes, we're talking about weather.
different types of precipitation. Smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere.
What about smoke
But
on
in
the
terms
water?
of snowfall,
Is that
the
different?
heavier the intensity of the
No.
snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or quarters of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in eighths of a mile, but
Are
generally,
you saying weather like judges their life 1/4 mile at a time? Just a question.
with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or half a mile.
I couldn't
or as
help
the snow
myself.
intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Okay.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer. And
YouTube user
there
said,
are
"What is
different
happening?
types.
I'm making
we
movie
depend
quote
heavily on
jokes.
electronic thermometers now.
And we're getting a weather report.
Measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
I don't know if we need all
air
this.
temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural
We're definitely not
surroundings.
going to get to lake effect snow,
Road
y'all.
temperature
Sorry.
or ground temperature is actually at the surface, so it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface.
You
And the other
can't
way
with
would be
us,
to
sir.
use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many.
Lally, they need to decide if roads need to be closed, if schools need to be closed, what needs to be plowed, if you need to put chemicals down or salt down. He's explained this like 3 times why it matters to his clients. I don't know why it matters to this case, why road temperature matters to his clients.
Times from our clients, you can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can.
Are they under pressure?
And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across?
I'm going to finish eating my croissant while we're
I
chatting.
looked at the-
We're at
Yeah,
It started on January
1.25.
26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
We've already gotten the
And why
temperatures,
is
the air
it
temps, the
specifically
snowfall.
with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I'm interested to see what else Lally
I was
wants
asked to
from
start
this
at the
witness.
26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been
Ground
months
freezes.
of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just a day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
This gets into
Now, sir, if I could ask you
ground
specifically within
and how
that time
hard
period,
or
a
not,
specific time
how
period
frozen or not
of
the ground
approximately
was.
1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
why 1:30 a.m.
From 1:30
Lally?
to 5:30
Yes, please.
on the 29th. All right, I'll consult this data
gonna
from
consult his
Norwood
data.
Airport if that's
I'm going to put this
the
back
way
at
we should
normal
look at
speed.
this. I would suggest to do that.
I'm interested in what times Lally's picking.
And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period before.
Anna Monday in the chat said, can we stop saying that we're geeked out like Gen Z kids? No, because I'm Gen X. And if Gen Z is saying geeked, then they fucking stole it and they can give it back. Because I am
Before that,
geeked.
is the temperature relatively stagnant
Gen
during
Z
that
needs
time
to stop
period of
stealing our
1:30 to
phrases
5
and
a.m.?
thinking they're new. They also need to
Before
stop
that time?
talking
During
about
that
raw
time.
Well,
dogging.
during the early part of
Because goddamn it, Gen Z, that's not what it means. Stop it.
the time, and again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw our air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So
Harbor.
that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to
Oh,
tend
it's
to get
Canada's
colder as
fault.
the storm intensifies. And
I
that's
hear
what we
it.
see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28,
Chat, he
26.
did. He just said blame
and then down
Canada.
to 24 degrees just before 6 in the
I'm
morning.
paraphrasing.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect, and this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back
Lastly.
to the low
Lastly.
temperature you were talking about before.
Lastly,
How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway, in late January, here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature
That's
was
what they
unusually
wanted.
cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness
God damn
of
it,
the
Lally,
ground
you said
over that time
lastly.
period?
They want to know how hard the ground was. He said the ground was frozen. They are trying to scoot past it. I did not hear an objection.
Moderation in the temperature on the
I backed
28th.
up a little.
But for the most part,
Frost
there
on the
was
ground.
a frost in the ground. The soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well,
No
again,
objection.
the ground was frozen. The soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, as hard as too difficult. You wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
I appreciate
very
that he
much.
didn't
I have nothing
try
to
to liken it to other
Right.
hard materials.
Mr. Leslie?
We're now going to cross, but he said it's impenetrable. And now we're getting to cross.
Yes.
His facial expressions. I just love this witness so much. Let's see how cross goes. I'm very curious to see what Alessi has to ask him about. It's going to be that this
Mr. Lally, please.
doesn't go to this, that, or the
With
other.
regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation. And
Okay.
with regard to the document, we stipulated into evidence to execute measures.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
Okay. We're going to zoom. Many of you have asked, Emily, nothing else matters. Why does this matter? You just asked, why does this matter? They did not bring a meteorologist last time. Why did they bring a meteorologist this time? During opening statements, we heard the defense say that they're going to show with their experts that there is no hypothermia here. That is one factor. But we've also seen that the prosecution, and they discussed it in pretrial motions and they discussed it in opening, are going to talk about John O'Keefe's head hitting the ground and how hard the ground was is a part of, I believe, the factors that their medical expert will consider when we get to it. They're also going to talk about the searches done, how much snow there was when searches are done, etc. So that's why it matters. That's why they went beyond just having the civilians say it was snowing. The way that the Commonwealth is presenting their case in this retrial is very different than how they presented it before. And their expert can't give an opinion that hard ground would be sufficient for XYZ type of injury without asking someone, truly, how hard was the ground? And that may seem like, well, it's freezing. We can assume there would have been objections to it and it might have been kept out. And it's something that the Commonwealth thinks is important to their expert. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And now we're getting into cross. We didn't hear
May
all
I,
the
Your Honor?
stipulation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you.
I just love it so much. I just love it so much. I'm very excited to see where this cross goes as we continue to just
Good
I had
afternoon,
some-
almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
Alessi's smile is just so pure. It's just so genuine. It's just so genuine. It's just so genuine.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good
I had
afternoon,
some-
almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those
Under the
areas
weather
is
umbrella.
snow accumulation.
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As
Were you
regards weather conditions, are you familiar with
Why
an
it
address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34
Oh, I'm
Fairview,
100%
Canton,
delighted
New
by
York?
this whole exchange.
Not New York. This is
I'm
we're in
sorry,
Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts, sir?
Yes.
I'm delighted.
I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar?
Unless he's a New York attorney. I'm generally delighted. I enjoy pleasant interactions with experts. I enjoy the respectful interactions in court. Court can be brutal. So when there are just genuine light moments with an expert that knows what he knows, is testifying about what he's testifying about, the weather's the weather, it's nice to have just a pleasant and nice reprieve from the headache-inducing fighting that can happen in court. I'm delighted by it.
With that area?
It genuinely makes me happy.
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination
A mile is a mile,
would have
sir.
a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes. Relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do
Oh,
is
don't get me
to
wrong.
draw
Alessi can be a
your
shark.
Attention
He just picks
to
his-
the
he
exhibit
picks
that was
his,
just marked, if Your
target
Honor,
well. And he picks it
Mr. Gilman, this is exhibit
for maximum impact. He is not in full crazy lawyer mode all the
in
time.
front of you. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
By the time
you.
Alessi gets to full shark mode, somebody's pissed him off real bad.
If you can enlarge, just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good, thank you. You see where we are, and Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is
I was
estimated
just trying to move
hourly
the closed
snowfall
captioning so we could see the chart.
ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting, and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant.
The reason
in
this
this
chart looks different is because I suspect that this is what they stipulated to, which is a summary, taking all of the experts' charts together and making them into a summary exhibit. And then they stipulated about the summary exhibit. So this is not this witness's exhibit. The defense created this exhibit to summarize the others. And that's why they, I think, did the stipulation that they agreed that this was accurate before we got to cross.
matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills, but take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of
Not
visibility
after
on
midnight,
your direct
just
examination,
right at midnight.
correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase track a cat.
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough.
You can't track my cat in the snow. They would put 1 foot outside and be like, fuck no, I'm going back in. But enough to track a cat. It's the phrase of the day. We have a word of the day and a phrase of the day today. We got both.
To track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's the smallest amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
Like the Fast and the Furious kind of
absolutely not. Not unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't seem to work very well if you've only got drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here and midnight and 1 a.m. and then we'll progress down through, okay?
Sure.
I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less.
Road
another
can
factor.
start to
Absolutely.
accumulate
Okay, so
later.
now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
Emily, because it's right around when everybody was leaving the house. When everyone was leaving Fairview, it was around 1:30, 1:45. That's when everybody was leaving. So as everyone's walking out, that's why this is in that window between 12:30 and 2 of when people were walking out. All right. So let's back that up, but there would be enough to track a cat, and we're getting to 1:45 in the morning.
45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so...
Or equal to, if
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15
less than a
minutes
foot
at
of snow.
1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes.
Right.
Yes.
So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., It's
Right,
less
than an inch
than
of snow.
0 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes,
Okay.
right, alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch. yes.
Another
You've
way
made
to
your
say
point,
it.
Alessi. You've
So-
made your point well, I think.
In terms of
And the jury's
the
going to sit there
time
going,
now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got
Isn't that the same amount?
0.8.
right?
You would have under at 145, is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not
No.
sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No. He's trying to get to the
That's
accumulation.
another way of asking the
Okay,
question.
between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like
That was
to
a
do
terrible
now
question,
is
Alessi.
to
It was a so
move
you were in the
down
shower question.
chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right. And is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right. So from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right. And under
Alessi,
your terminology on direct,
I might have to put you,
you
at
had used the
1.25,
term
my guy.
very little. Would you consider
The point's been
from the
made well.
knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, so I'm sorry, maybe
Depends.
my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch. On a measurement
Alessi.
scale, would you
Alessi, nobody's talking about the effects of 1 inch.
still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be
term?
out of the track a
All right.
cat stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down
This is a mess,
To-
and I'm living.
about another time is 3:30 a.m.,
Alessi, this is not your
which
smoothest cross.
we're going to focus on now. 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 0.2 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th, so we have 1.2. Now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m., so somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
No, he just told you.
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 0.2 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m., and then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? how much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 0.3 of an inch up to 2 and another 0.4 of an inch, or a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
In addition,
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime.
unless you just like
And
moved
you can
right
check my
on top of
math,
the
sir,
mic.
but
Right
I
on top of
get
it.
12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds
That's
about
what he
right.
asked you to do.
8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast.
He's like, as we
Did
said.
you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or
We're now getting
Yeah,
to
the
12
total
inches.
starting at midnight,
starting at midnight?
right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour
12 to
period
12.
of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
No, he already did
Previous
that.
to midnight, yes.
Right, so
Oh,
so
before
12.3
midnight.
is what shows with all those numbers, but
And
then you have to add the
0.2.
0.2 from midnight,
Carry the
which
one.
would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly. Yep.
Good.
Good, good.
So, just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m., at 6 a.m., we've got 3.9 inches, and then moving down to 12 p.m., we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
All right, the lawyers are mathing. Fantastic. To everyone who gifted memberships, thank you to everyone that has
Sir,
the
tell me
app.
when you're ready.
I'll
Yes,
let you know when
I-
we switch
yes.
witnesses.
So
I'm
we're,
living, but I'll let
in
you know.
alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m.
Sure.
on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if you
That was
wanted me
me.
to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility.
I'm going to put
on
them
your
both at
direct
1.25 while we're not
examination.
doing math, if we're going over concepts.
In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a
That's
correlation
1.25.
between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
That
Could you
would
do
be
that, sir?
great.
Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor.
One of the things that
You were asked about 1 a.m.? Is that?
is a great cross-examination strategy is using the expert to get in the information that's most helpful for you. And that's exactly where Alessi is going with this expert, to get in the information that is the most helpful to him.
Yes,
You
visibility.
don't need to always come in guns blazing with every expert. It's like, okay, let's break it down time by time. Tell me what the visibility is. Going to when people are leaving to the house and why no one saw John O'Keefe.
Visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay, visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. It means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall.
You could see.
You wouldn't be able to see it.
For
And what does it mean
one
if
and a quarter mile?
the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away
Into the
from
hypotheticals.
an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you.
He's like, look,
You know,
I can't tell you with 1.25 mile visibility if you can see through a wall, but assuming you are clear line of sight, which is probably what he wants to get into, then you should be able to see for XYZ distance, which is what he's trying to explain. It was not the greatest hypothetical, but we get the point. We see where Alessi's going with this.
a term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze
Right. He's looking at a
to
broader
fog.
sense.
Once, it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility.
And
correct?
that's the difference with an expert. For their industry, 1.25 mile is not good, quote unquote, visibility. For the purposes of this case, you can see out over a lawn, and that's the difference.
0.25 miles.
Yes, there is
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting
Good
business,
is the
correct?
issue,
I
Alessi.
sure am,
Good
yes.
is the issue.
And you and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk. Is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person, is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well,
that
I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question is...
Alessi, the issue is the word good. Ask him a hypothetical. Experts can be asked hypotheticals. A hypothetical being, if someone was standing inside a house and looked out to the roadway 30 feet away from the house, would you expect, with clear line of sight, that the snow would impede their visibility or not? So they would be able to clearly see within that 30-foot, 50-foot range. You can ask a hypothetical that way.
I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking
Good's
about
the
the
issue.
purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your
Gonna end up
earlier
lost
answer
in
you
the
had
sauce
tethered
with
it
this.
to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Is it
and
useful
lost
for
in
that?
the
Absolutely. I'm
sauce.
trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different way. Visibility
Good has
is a
a
concept that is used by weathercasters
significant
to assist
meaning
people who are going to
in
be
his
walking
field.
or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of
But the point's been made
temperature.
to me
You
that
mentioned
you should be able to see over a yard. The
the
snow's
concept
not
of wind
blocking
chill
it.
on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes.
On to wind chill.
Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so,
It has
what
no
is it?
chill.
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the...
I don't see, a couple of you asked, why is the expert being difficult? I don't see him as being difficult. He's being precise. There is a term of art when we talk about like a hostile witness. In law, that's a term of art. Hostile witness has a very specific legal meaning. It doesn't mean that their vibe is that they're annoyed or hostile. For him, good visibility is a term of art, and he's trying to explain that it's a term of art. And he's saying, no, in my field, good visibility is a specific defined term of art. It is not a colloquial term of art. So the disconnect on them is, he's like, I'm not going to tell you it's good visibility because of the way you're asking the question. The word good has a specific meaning in his field, different than the way we colloquially use it. And I think Alessi could have asked a different hypothetical with that, realizing that the expert said, no, this is a term of art. I don't think he's being difficult with that. I think he's being precise. And I appreciate it because I think he answered it and said, this is what we mean by good. So
the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then
That's
there's a
the feed.
complex function applied
come on, feed.
based on
Why are we not
the wind
showing the
speed
people
to
moving?
come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have
I don't know why the feed has frozen on his face, but I'm going to see if we can unfreeze it. We'll see.
direct
Maybe
examination,
not. We've got audio, not video.
is it accurate to state that, for
Hopefully
example,
it'll
on January
unglitch.
29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those three locations.
There we
yes.
go.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was
wind
in the
speed?
report, yep.
Yep. And what was the wind speed?
The-
Average and then high gusts.
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
that range for that day? Sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my
It's a
next point,
very
and I only have a few more questions left for
thorough
you.
explanation.
So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no?
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based
we
on
didn't
the
calculate
29?
the wind
Based
chill.
on the 29.
No.
Would it
I
be
don't
in-
believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens. And then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree
I mean,
might
you
not
got to
have
go 5 miles
been
an hour so
corresponding to
everybody
the-
can
any
see
wind
it.
at
Just
all.
using your average that you used on direct
how you
of
do that.
23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0, even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave on direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, it would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the
Fair enough.
calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up. Please.
The prosecution didn't ask him about wind chill.
You can
He's
keep the
asking
lights
about
on.
wind
Just make it
chill.
larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay, so is it
Are we going to get an Alessi word of the day too? The defense is asking about wind chill because it will go to their medical expert, which we have not seen yet, but I needed to back up because I think we also might get an Alessi word of
have
the
the
day
chart.
today. We're going to be just locked and
Publish
loaded
back up, please.
with words and phrases.
You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay, so is it
Yep.
correct to say that if the
Facile.
total accumulation for the storm was
Oh, Mr. Alessi.
23.8
I've slowed us back down to talk about
inches,
wind chill because it's going to matter for the
that
defense quite a
the
lot.
vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
And the
May I
defense
have
is
a
just
moment, Your Honor?
highlighting this
Thank
report
you.
at that point.
Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
Reading the report to the expert at this point is just highlighting the times that are important for the jury. It's not because he's not clear on what the answer is. It's just highlighting those points that matter. As he checks in with his co-counsel to make sure that he is done with cross, I'm going to zoom.
Welcome.
Anything
He
else,
said
Mr.
thank you.
Lally? Okay.
And we've got redirect briefly, we're told. Using the other side's experts to get your
Mr.
most
Gilman.
important points across is helpful. And I think that's what Alessi did.
You were asked about the snowfall between
Could've gone
12 a.m.
smoother at
and
points.
1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
Look, highlighting the points you want the jury to focus
During
on.
that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous. Yeah, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace, a zero. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or zero.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track a cat stage, correct?
Yes.
A little bit
And
so
so
much.
it's during that track a cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, as quickly as it applies to visibility.
That was Lally's notes.
When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you,
wall.
a person, anything other than weather. And there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Sustained.
It's a fair question. It's
What about
leading.
lighting?
Right.
How would
Lighting?
lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say.
Right.
Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
Right. And the jury knows that.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear, because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and
I didn't know
the
that.
result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
Oh, the lessons on wind chill.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Anything, Mr. Lassie?
Nope.
Mr. Gilman, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
He's just like, you're welcome, everybody. Good to see you. We've learned about weather.
The marked exhibits or identification?
I have relinquished them to this nice young lady.
Oh my. Let's see who the next witness is for the Commonwealth. It was a pleasant expert
Thank you. The Commonwealth
interlude.
recalls Nick Guarino. Your Honor, I'll inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Guarino.
Oh, that's good to know. So we should get the rest of the text messages, the rest of the phone extractions, and cross-examination of Trooper Guarino, who has been called a couple of times. I don't know what witness. He was witness number 4, now witness number 19. I don't even know how to count. We're just going to leave him at witness number 4 recalled.
And if you need to stand it in.
Thank you.
That's not a new witness, I suppose.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell.
Back to cell
Right, so I'm
phones.
just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please again introduce yourself to the jury? Spell your last name for the record.
I'm Trooper Nicholas Guarino,
reminded him he was still under oath.
Guarino.
You would explain what an extraction report
Yes,
is.
this is Trooper Hot Mic.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case,
More
did
extraction
you
reports.
use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Remember, we haven't gotten to cross yet on Trooper Guarino. All right, they are approaching with that extraction report.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
The 28th to the
I
29th.
move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right, they're going to mark that. I'm going to zoom as they mark that.
That included a text message between the
Done
defendant
zooming?
and Jennifer McCabe.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the
I
text
zoomed.
chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Some of these were marked as exhibits and not admitted. I guess it's a good time to talk about that real quick because they're going to be doing a bunch of this. Marking an exhibit for identification
Could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
and admitting it into evidence are two separate processes. Sometimes you can directly move something into evidence without marking it, but they marked these as exhibits earlier and used them, but they did not move them into evidence yet. The foundation has to be laid before they're moved in. It's like the glass that we saw yesterday. The glass, the broken drinking glass was marked as an exhibit for identification because the record has to show what they're talking about. It will later be moved into evidence, but the proper foundation hasn't been laid yet. So you have to do both before things come in, unless you've already laid the foundation, then you don't necessarily need to mark it for identification. You can just mark it into evidence. So he's going to read these texts. I'm going to keep it at normal speed as he reads those texts
Could you kindly read that and explain
between
it to
John
the jury?
O'Keefe and Jen McCabe.
With all the information on it?
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you.
Wait, that's the defendant.
Did you further create an extraction?
That sounded like it was from the defendant, not John O'Keefe. That's not what he just marked. He said he was marking between John O'Keefe and Carrie. That sounds like I backed up.
With all the information on it?
Yes.
That sounds like it was between Karen Reed and Jen.
With
What?
the court's permission, could Mr. Guarino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it?
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extraction?
So he marked things from John to Jen and then read in one from defendant to Jen.
Yes.
I'll back that up one more time. Did he say?
Did you?
Can you send me Kerry? This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Can you send me Carrie's number? Okay. The defense is going to review that. That's
Did you further
so
create an
confusing.
extraction?
Yeah, the defense is going to review that. So I'm going to zoom until we get back to questions because the defense is going to review that.
See who that's from?
I think he read it
And who
wrong.
it's to?
I'm sorry, I missed it. It's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Kerry's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you do a further extraction report from John
That's
O'Keefe's
so
phone
confusing.
with text messages
He read it
between
wrong.
him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
No wonder the defense was confused.
You
The defense was like,
recognize
what? He read it wrong on the report, which also for an expert is not a
Yes.
good look when
What
you're
is it?
reading the text from the
It's
wrong people.
the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes. Sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Sir, if you need readers, there's no shame. A lot of us can't read fine print. It's fine. Like, it's fine. Just get readers.
Trooper Guarino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh my goodness.
Guarino, did you have an opportunity
I
to
zoomed.
obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where
Oh,
did
boy.
you get the phone call records?
Voicemails are going to be coming
From
in.
John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
I guess it's voicemail
Yes, I did.
time.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Oh, that's helpful.
Yes.
May I approach you?
Yes. Show Mr. Alessi.
Sorry.
I'm going to zoom until they get into this. It's going to be I imagine we're going to go through a lot of the voicemails.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages
So I zoomed.
between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
Nope.
It's defendant's voicemails.
Nope. Nope.
On 1/29/2022.
Nope.
The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit would include both.
I like that he's admitting the whole binder.
As well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
It'll make it easier for the jury.
Thumb drives.
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
Much easier for the jury to go through if they want to look at it later.
Thank you.
For those of you that are new to this case, the voicemails are going to be new to you and new to the jury. And I think they will go
With the court's permission,
through
I would ask that
all of them.
Guarino take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So this is the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Guarino, let me stop you there for a second. Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes, at 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAM 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
The jury has heard this in opening, I think, briefly. This is the first time it's coming into evidence outside of opening. So Karen Reed's phone connecting to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36 a.m. is the first time that they are hearing that in evidence. So I'm going to let 12:36:39 a.m.
The defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAM 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the known network that's listed under it. There's two, HATSFAM 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did
Two
you
names.
learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4
No.
gigahertz or 5 gigahertz.
He asked if you knew the range for this router.
Radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at
12:36:39
Meadows Ave
a.m.?
that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play?
And they're going to play
the
these in
voicemail
order.
for 12:37:08.
Wow.
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:40:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
A what now?
Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
Jesus. I turned that down because that immediately hurt my ears. I don't think we heard this one last time. That sounds very much like a car backing up into a driveway or like disengaging a home alarm. I'm going to turn the volume on somewhat. I turned it way down, but that is a voicemail without voice at 12:41. So I'm going to back that up for a second. I think this is a much more effective way to put these into evidence than the last trial. All right, so I turned this down. I know it's going to be loud. I didn't know how loud it was, but here we go.
Full call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
Oh, that sounds like a door opening. So that was at 12:41:35 a.m.
Defendant then texts John O'Keefe at 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th. I'm going home. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
All right, I'm sure we're going to hear that.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. Nobody knows where the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Nobody knows where the fuck you are.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman.
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield, the kids are home alone, 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
I think this is a much better presentation than they did last time.
Sorry.
I think the
1:14,
timeline
11
is
a.m.,
clearer
the
with
defendant calls
PowerPoint.
John. It's not answered. 1:14, 44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16, 10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16, 38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17, 37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit in these. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18, 38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38, 14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38, 49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39, 39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40, 05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42, 05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42, 54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45, 10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04, 27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21, 28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered.
A lot of calls.
5:21, 58 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23, 26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman?
John, I just want to cry you.
At 5:24, 27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:25, 28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26, 14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28, 16 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28, 43 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29, 21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29, 46 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30, 15 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30, 52 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31, 21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36, 29 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Well, the jury doesn't know what's coming in this voicemail, but there are voicemails left as she is getting to 34 Fairview and at 34 Fairview, finding him and looking for him. With the windshield wipers in the background. So they're at 34 Fairview at this time.
Yes, I need someone to 34 beautiful Vietnam with a handcuff notice now.
It's Carrie calling 911.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jen calling 911.
Okay, I know. Where's the blankets? I don't see blankets, Terry. Yes, I need something.
I think that's the end of that voicemail with the
We have
wipers in
lights
the
on, please?
background. That was the voicemail defendant left on John's phone, or didn't leave. I think my supposition, and this is just my speculation, I think she was trying to call him as they were getting to 34 Fairview. And when they got to 34 Fairview, dropped her phone and didn't disconnect it. And that's why you get that entire open line voicemail to John O'Keefe's voicemail, which has Karen, Carrie, and Jen as they are arriving at 34 Fairview at 6:03:02 a.m., which I think is probably the best evidence they have of what it was like as they were arriving. It, I think, supports some of the testimony from both Carrie and Jen about what arriving there was like. It catches parts of Jen making the 911 call, Carrie talking about blankets, Karen's demeanor. When I was critical the other day of, I think it was yesterday, of Jackson trying to go back and forth with Katie McLaughlin about whether Karen was panicked, and I knew we were going to hear these voicemails. I don't know why they were fighting over whether Karen was panicked and beside herself, because you can hear it for yourself in the voicemails. And I think that might be the last voicemail as we get into this. Hey, T. So let's continue to let it roll.
I have no further questions.
Oh, and now we're done with Trooper Guarino
Does
for
this
cross.
seem
This is
like a
gonna be
good time
long.
to take the lunch and recess?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute lunch and recess.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Goodbye.
And they are taking the lunch break before we get to cross-examination of Trooper Guarino, which I imagine is going to take a minute. I think the presentation of this evidence was much better than it was last time. And yes, my kiddo just got home from AP exams. I think the way that the Commonwealth visually broke it down for the jury was much better than just reading it in. I think going through the voicemails with the timestamp in order is easier to comprehend at this point in the trial, and also gives the jury a picture of what was going on. You hear Karen Reed going from drunk and incredibly pissed off to panicked, which is my interpretation of that. The Commonwealth, I'm interested to hear how they argue these again. We will see how they argue them again. We're not there yet, but that's a lot of calls. I don't think they're going to say that Karen Read actually went back to her home. She was trying to get John to respond to her. That is how I interpret it. We will see how the Commonwealth interprets it. You hear the voicemails, and we've now seen clips of Karen Read saying, could he have been hooking up with someone? The Commonwealth chose to play those clips of Karen Read explaining what she was thinking before they played these voicemails. And so the jury has now actually heard Karen Read saying, I was concerned. There was this girl that he hooked up with before he and I got together that was down the street, or this woman that he hooked up with before we got together that lived down the road. And these are all the things that I was considering. And they heard that before they heard these voicemails. And it gives the jury, I think, a different context than they had last time, which I don't know if that will actually help the prosecution's case. I actually think it explains what those voicemails are. I found those voicemails more shocking the first trial. And again, I've heard them before now, but with her saying, I was thinking, you know, the whatever the Bella child's mother's name is, Ashley or whatever, is down the road. We actually now know what she was thinking. And I think that there's a lot more context to the frame of mind when these voicemails are being left, because they put in more of the text messages earlier in the night that start early in the day on the 28th, which seemed to be an argument carrying over from the 27th about time being spent together between John and Karen, and that frustration carrying over into conversation on the 29th, back and forth about, I need to take care of my water heater, and are you coming out? And, well, I don't even know if you want me to come out, and why aren't you friending me back on Facebook? And going back and forth through those earlier messages. I think the way it's been presented has more context for the jury. How they interpret that context is going to be up to them, but I do think we have a more full context of what was going on the 27th into the 28th, into them getting out to the bars together, and into these voicemails being used. And you can absolutely hear, I think, that Karen Read is angry and intoxicated, and then in the early morning hours panicked. And that is my interpretation of them. But again, I've seen these before. They might be more shocking to the jury hearing them for the first time. They might not. Today, as we get to the lunch break, we also heard from the meteorologist expert and heard about the relative frozenness of the ground and the fact that the ground would be frozen. And he didn't say, like, how hard is it? It would be impenetrable and frozen. He didn't compare it to another substance, which I appreciate. We also saw Mr. Alessi and his cross at points really using the meteorology expert to highlight the relative little amount of snow on the ground as we were getting into the early morning hours of January 29th. And Alessi pointed out repeatedly at 1 a.m., there is a dusting of snow, under an inch of snow on the lawn. And as we're getting like between 1 and 2 a.m., that's where we're at, under an inch of snow. And then 2 a.m. to 3 a.m., still just over an inch of snow, really narrowing, I don't even know if that's a word, really narrowing in on the time when people would be leaving 34 Fairview. And Alessi and the expert got stuck in that word has specific meaning in meteorology, loop over good visibility. But I think the point came across that at, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, the visibility was still over a mile and a quarter. So visibility relative to, best driving conditions, maybe not, but for looking out over the yard at 34 Fairview, the snow was not going to be the thing that was a whiteout factor in people leaving in people leaving 34 Fairview and whether or not they saw John O'Keefe. My brain is moving faster than my mouth at this point. So at the lunch, the jury is left with those voicemails and then into cross-examination of Trooper Guarino. and we've heard again from the meteorologist. But I think the defense did a good job in bringing in those critical pieces of time and showing that it is not covered in snow as people are leaving 34 Fairview. They also got into wind chill, which the Commonwealth did not ask for. And we heard that wind chill really is measured about how the weather relative with the wind is going to impact the human body. So the weather is, or the temperature is the temperature, but the wind chill makes it feel colder to the human body and takes heat out of the human body faster. We know from opening statements that one of the things the defense is arguing is that John O'Keefe must have been killed somewhere warm because there was no hypothermia, there was no frostbite. So we're going to see argument over how cold it was outside, what the wind chill would have been, the effect that might have had on the human body, an argument over how long John O'Keefe may have been outside. We know from the Commonwealth at this point that they are saying that John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving a little bit after 12:30 at night. And we heard for the first time from the Commonwealth with Trooper Guarino that Karen Reed's phone connected back to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows Ave at 12:36 p.m. So we now have more of a timeline, and then you hear a voicemail with open line. Trooper Guarino called it a butt dial, but an open line voicemail left where you hear what sounds like Karen Reed going into One Meadows because you hear footsteps on a harder surface. You hear what sounds like doors opening, and it sounds like you hear the possibly either the car backing up or backing in beeps or unlocking a security system with beeps, one of the two. So we will see how that goes forward, but it's going to depend how the jury interprets those voicemails, and it's going to depend really on I think the rest of the scientific evidence that we're going to see, including what the accident reconstructionists have to say. So the Commonwealth, for them, are going to be focusing on how hard the ground is, and if John O'Keefe hit his head on the ground going backwards. That's what we heard in their opening. And they were able to get into, with the meteorologist, the ground is frozen. And the defense was able to get into, and this is what the wind chill is, and this is what the visibility would be. Why haven't any of the witnesses leaving 34 Fairview said that they saw someone on the lawn? With all of that, we are at a less dramatic, definitely less of a roller coaster day here on day 10 of the Karen Reed trial. And I think that's because we weren't going round and round and round with Lieutenant Gallagher, though we did at the very beginning of the morning see the rest of the cross-examination with Lieutenant Gallagher about, so you found this glass, but you didn't find a hat, a shoe, any bright red pieces of plastic, taillight. You didn't see any of that when you were clearing area around where you believed John O'Keefe to be when you were looking. You didn't get a search warrant to go into the house. Why didn't you get a search warrant to go into the house? And those questions. With all of it, we will see, but we are getting more of a timeline, and the digital evidence is going to have to square with the Commonwealth's theory of the case for them to prove their case. With all of it, we are going to lunch. I'm going to answer just a few questions, and then we're going to lunch because they're going to be back from court really quick. I want to hear more about how AP chemistry went with my kiddo. I want to go grab some food because court's going to be back. Did I say PM? 12:36 a.m. Did I say PM? I meant AM. Overnight. Midnight 36. Thank you, Miguelina. Thank you, chat. 12:36 a.m. in the morning. So we're going through. We'll fix it in post. Streaming is dynamic. You guys are with me. I appreciate it because brain again is moving faster. So, Alessi's indignant objection said, if you could do a butt dial, where were the voicemails? I was informed by my dear friend, Judge Abby, that I butt dialed her from Metallica. And I was just like, so you got to rock out to Metallica? She's like, yeah, for like 4 minutes. And I'm like, that makes sense because I was A, totally geeked, and B, I had been texting her and then put my phone into like the pocket of my pants. So does that surprise me the most? Nope. but also there was a voicemail left. It's going to come up. We haven't gotten to the rest of the butt dials in the butt dial trial yet. The jury doesn't know how many butt dials. The jury does not know how many butt dials. Bittersweet said, Emily, why is this important, the weatherman? The weatherman is important to the Commonwealth for a couple reasons. One, the Commonwealth has a new medical expert and a new accident reconstructionist. Part of the new medical expert's testimony, from what we have heard in pretrial motions, is talking about a backward fall onto the back of the head and how hard the ground was when that happened. But for their expert to consider that, they need testimony to establish how hard the ground was, and they brought in the weatherman to do that. They also brought in the meteorologist to talk about how much snow and the temperatures overnight, and they needed to establish that, and they established it hour by hour. The defense used that expert, I think, to make their points as well. Okay, so at this time, how much snow accumulation was it? At this time, how cold was it? What was the wind chill? So both sides are going to use that expert to get their points in, versus an expert where you see the defense maybe trying to say, well, that's actually not what it is. You'll really see that fight of the experts with medical and accident reconstructionist. They might also need that information for their accident reconstructionist, but we have not seen their new accident reconstructionist yet. And I am not sure where that's going to go. My brain is still broken from their last accident reconstructionist, which might be some of the worst testimony I've ever seen. Ever. Just period ever. So that's why the Commonwealth wanted to bring in a meteorologist to establish that information. The defense, I think, used that to their advantage, in that they got in the points they needed, which is, what's the visibility like when people are leaving the house at 34 Fairview? How much snow's on the ground? How much can you, track a cat by? And if you only have a smattering of snow on the ground, how did no one see John O'Keefe? The question remains, how did no one see it? Just how did no one see it? Also, it was delightful testimony, so I'm all here for it. Just all here for it. Let's see. Sweet Baby Ray said, I resubmit for the Honorable EDB's consideration a motion to create a montage of trial one reactions to Solo Cups and Stop and Shop bags. We'll see. I don't know if I'll just cut the reaction out. There needs to be context, but I just lost my mind. Happy at Heart said, was his coat ever found? If yes, where? There is no information in this trial about John O'Keefe having a coat, except for one EMT saying he thought that John O'Keefe was wearing a coat. And we have seen video of John O'Keefe briefly at the two different bars. I don't know if we will get into that video more, but from the last trial, what John O'Keefe is wearing at the bars is what he is wearing when he is found by Karen Reed, Jen, and Carrie. So no coat. Hat and shoe we will get into, but no coat. Celeste said the wipers weren't at full, not a whiteout. The wipers, the jury has a very good now image and audio of how fast the wipers were going. I missed what said, why is the prosecution allowed to play the voicemail super fast? They weren't, unless you've put YouTube on 1.25 speed, the voicemails were played at normal speed. They cannot speed them up. They cannot slow them down. They just have to play them the way that they are. Those voicemails were not sped up. It was how fast. So let's see. Truly Laws says, seems real. You're alive and cheating on me. Not, I just hit you with my car. Yep. We'll see what the jury thinks. Look, the voicemails, I'm interested to see how the prosecution argues them. I'm interested that they put in Karen Reed's own statements explaining that she thought he could be cheating. They're not going to bring in some of the other information about their relationship this trial. So I don't know what it will leave the jury with, but I think they can tell that she was mad, and the prosecution is saying they were having a fight. You also have Karen Reed's statement saying, I don't know. That's where I left him. Could I have hit him? Could I have clipped him? Could I have run over his foot? Could I have hit him in the knee? Could I have incapacitated him? Could I? Is it reasonable for the jury to sit there and go, she does not know what happened? That's not a murder too, by the way. But is it reasonable for the jury to sit there and go, she doesn't even know what happened? She was intoxicated. She was pissed. We have audio of her saying that she was blaring her music and that she knows she was blaring her music because, well, which is probably why that's not the car backing up. But she knows she was blaring her music because when she got in the car the next day to go look for John, she had to turn it down. So we now have all of these different statements of Karen Reed that the jury could say, you know, I don't know if she even knows what she did or if she hit him. She thinks she left him at the waterfall. It's not until Jen says, I saw you at the house, that she even knows. And the jury, looking at her BAC, if they believe it, looking at her own statements about how much she drank, looking at how she sounds in the voicemail, can determine, if they believe it, that she's pissed, she's intoxicated, she came home and she doesn't know what happened. Is that a murder too? No. But could it fall under count two? Yes. The difficulty with this case is so many things. It's like, if the jury believes this, it goes this way. If the jury believes this, it goes this way. And they'll be told at the end, if there are two reasonable interpretations, you must pick the one that points towards not guilty. But we haven't gotten to the accident reconstructionist. We haven't gotten to how the Commonwealth says John O'Keefe was injured the way he was injured and not injured in the way he was not injured. We haven't gotten to how they think the taillight got broken. We haven't gotten to all of these things just yet. And I found that to be really impactful testimony. And I think the jury will too, but we will see. We have to wait till we get to the Emmy. But at this point, we now have gotten to the jury hearing about intoxication, hearing about driving, hearing the voicemails, hearing the timeline from the Commonwealth's point of view. We have not gotten into the rest of it. Debbie said, Emily, did I understand you to say the defense cannot call their own experts? No, I did not say that. The defense can 100% call their own experts and will be. But some experts they're not going to call. So using the Commonwealth experts to highlight the points they want to make is a very effective use of expert. The defense doesn't need to call a meteorologist. This meteorologist gave them all the information they need that they can argue. So they are using the other side's expert to highlight their own points. But no, they will be bringing their own experts 100%. Kristen said motions to refer to this case as the butt dial trial. I did last time. We're kind of at the butt dial trial part 2, but we're not really there yet. Like, we haven't earned the conversation about butt dials just yet. We have not earned it. There is so much more to come with the calls. There was so much more to come with the calls. I know that they were going to lunch. Let me see where we are with court in real time. I just want to make, they are just getting back. So I'm going to take 10 minutes because they literally are just getting back from lunch. I'm going to take 10 minutes. Law nerds. And then we'll get back to tracking cats together. It is 12:56. So I will be back 1:05 at the latest. If you do not have the Law Nerd app, grab the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. We will notify you when things pop off, when I go live, when witnesses change, when we get to cross-examinations we want to see. Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. Free for you, iOS and Android. Not free for us. Took a lot of work to build it. We're very proud. So go enjoy the Law Nerd app that we made because A, it's very helpful, I think, and B, well, we made it and hope that you love it. So go get the Law Nerd app. We are going to go to our lunch break for 10 minutes and then we will be back. So Law Nerds, let me see if there's anything else we need. Law Nerds, we will be back shortly. I'm going to go grab food. I'm going to eat while we're chatting, see how AP Chem went for my kiddo. Take 10, everybody. We'll be right back. Go get drinks, water, snacks, move the laundry, do the next task you need to do, and then we will be back. All right, let's go to lunch real quick, Law Nerds. I appreciate you guys. See you in just a minute. No, that's not what I need to do. Wait, that is loud. Emily, what did you do? Girl, streaming is dynamic. We gamed that up way too much. All right, y'all. I'll see you in a minute. court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. Take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. Trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. Are you ready, chat? Let's get back from lunch. Emily, did you eat lunch? No, I didn't eat lunch. Did I grab lunch? I did. We have string cheese and beef sticks and some kind of potato crisp that looks like a Pringle. So that's what we're doing today. Why? Because, well, I want to get back to court and they're probably going to be done in like 2 hours. So we've got a lot to do. We've got a lot to do today, and it's sunny. And, you know, we got stuff to do after stream, or at least I do. I'm sure y'all do too, because trial days are long days, and the only time you get shit done is after stream, or at least that's how it works for me. So let's get back to court this afternoon, shall we? It's just been, Lindsay asked, any leftover cake? Yes, but I'm going to wait until I'm done eating at least a little bit of protein. But yes, there's leftover cake. Dr. B had carrot cake for his birthday. It was very good. How did T's AP test go? He feels good about it. And that's what I wanted to check in with. He was like, I feel good. I feel good about it. So AP Chem, and then he's got a day off in between his next AP exam. It's junior year. It's junior year. It's all the things, and he's getting ready for DCI for the summer. So it's just so busy, but he loves chemistry. So he's been really excited this school year. He really, really enjoys it. All right. Thank you all for checking in and asking. You know, you guys that have kids in school, have had kids in school, have been kids in school, you know that May is just like, whoa, it's a lot. Junior year's a lot. Like, it's just a lot. You know, it's a lot. This trial's a lot. I think the prosecution has put their case in much better than they did last time. I think front loading it for the jury with the things, because we're in what the Commonwealth thinks is strongest for their case, and we are seeing what they think is strongest for their case. But they've got a lot of critical witnesses to go for their case, and the strength of how they have put in the evidence at this point, we will see how it goes. But the jury is likely sitting there with some questions, but also like, okay, I see where we're going, but how did this happen? Because the Commonwealth has not answered yet how this happened. And that is the question that they have to answer in this trial at some point. Or they have to completely argue something different, which I also think is a terrible look for them. I mean, how do you just argue something completely different? They have to show how this happened based on their opening. But their case, they have put in a much stronger way this time than they did. Let's continue on, shall we? Shall we? Let's go. Let's go. We are just back from lunch, and they've not been back very long, so.
The Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay.
We're going to return to Charles.
Next witness for the Commonwealth is who?
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Okay.
He said we're going to return to Charles
Jurors, thank
Ray.
you for your patience.
I don't know if they're not going to do cross of Guarino or if they are calling witnesses out of order. So we are getting to Charles Ray. You guys said rewind. You missed the search for a witness. I only see Fan after they went to lunch. So when they came back for lunch, I am only seeing, oh, nope. All right, you guys said back up, so we backed up. Let's see. I don't think we've had Charles Ray yet. I know, well, it's the fan. What happened?
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be like you to unmute.
Your Honor, no questions for the witness.
All right.
I did need to back up. No cross of Trooper Guarino? That's interesting.
You all set?
Thank you, Your Honor.
They come back from lunch
The meeting.
to no cross.
The host would like you to unmute your microphone. You are unmuted.
All right, Mr. Leslie, you all set?
Thank you, Your Honor. No questions for the witness.
All right, you are all set. You know.
I'm surprised. They could have done that before lunch,
Do you
but
have another witness?
I do.
Okay.
I have some other matters I'd like to introduce before
Sure.
that. I may?
I'm very surprised we have no cross for Trooper Guarino. That was the last time Trooper Guarino was being called back. I'm very surprised. So no, Trooper Guarino's not going to be called back. They're done. So
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce clip 1 and play it for the jury.
thank you guys for telling me to back up. So we're going to get to clip 1. I saw a lot. I'm sure Guarino was thrilled. And I saw a lot of you asking, can he be called back? Not unless something changes, but they can't call him back to do their cross. They passed cross. They said no questions. So they might be saving it for elsewhere. Also, I don't know if anything Trooper Guarino put in this trial because he did not really testify other than phone extractions and laying the foundation for text messages and laying the foundation for voicemails. And I don't think that attacking the foundation for the voicemails is necessary because I think the defense doesn't have an issue with the voicemails. So he didn't do much other than lay foundation.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee?
All right, we're getting, but it's really hard with Brennan at the mic to hear this. Some of you are asking who will read the Higgins text. Higgins. When Higgins is called to testify, he'll have to read his own text. Very interesting.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I tapped him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in drunkenness and in the cold did he come to again?
This was the moment you were dropping them off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
All right. They are admitting that into evidence. They have not brought
Your Honor,
that
I
into
have
evidence yet. They saw it in
People
opening.
record certificates I'd like to mark for identification. May I approach?
Yes.
So if the jury's thinking,
There's a series of them, Your Honor.
well, she thinks she could have hit him. So if she thinks she could have hit him, should we think? I mean, if she thinks she could have, do I think could have gets you beyond a reasonable doubt? We'll have that conversation more as we get into the medical testimony. But it's about what the jury is thinking now.
And these were all for identification.
All right. Those look like the full extractions.
For identification.
That would be my speculation. Those are stacks and stacks of paper. Yeah, not all of those interviews are good for Karen. I think the defense has stuff to work with, but I think they give the prosecution a lot to work with.
Thank you.
All right, they are going to show that to the defense before they mark it.
That I met with Mrs. McCabe during the testimony.
So they are looking through what they are now entering into evidence. They already marked it with Ms. McCabe. They laid the foundation for it with Guarino, and now it's going to be entered into evidence. We talked about that a little bit before lunch. I'm going to zoom as the defense is reviewing that to make sure it's accurate and complete. I don't think any of the attorneys in this trial would admit something that's not accurate or complete on purpose. However,
Your
errors
Honor,
can
may I
happen.
call the Commonwealth's next witness?
Errors can happen. Pages can get missed. Things can get put out of order. So it needs to be reviewed.
Commonwealth calls Charles Ray.
You could hear the caller like go out into the hallway and call for Charles Ray. All right. It sounds like somebody's out in the hallway yelling Charles Ray. That's why they said recall. The bailiff is now talking to the judge. The best feeling as a prosecutor in your career ever is when you call a witness and then you stand there and are like, where the fuck are they? They're supposed to be out there. We were just at lunch. Are they in the bathroom? Do they have an upset stomach? What is happening? Worst ever. Do you see the judge's face?
We'll call.
The judge is looking at the prosecutor like, what the actual fuck, Mr. Brennan? Where are your witnesses? Where is your witness? Because they would have looked at their witness in the hallway before they called them.
Kevin O'Hara, please.
All right, we're calling somebody else. Trials are dynamic, and the witnesses should just be sitting out there or in a waiting room waiting. It's not a big courthouse. Nine times out of 10, somebody's in the bathroom. So now we are getting to what will be witness 20, Kevin O'Hara. Brennan going, who else is out there? Who else is out there? So you would definitely have your investigator oh, maybe not in this case. Generally, your lead investigator, a little inside baseball, but generally your lead investigator would be with you throughout trial, wrangling witnesses and making sure people are there and working with you.
I'll see counsel at sidebar, please.
Their lead investigator in this case is not going to be doing that. Could they have an investigator from the DA's office working with them? It might be actually really difficult in this case because it seems that the DA's office does not have their own investigators. They're through state troopers, and state troopers have a lot going on in this case. So they might be working just with a witness coordinator and not with the investigator because Proctor is just not available. All right. They are going to sidebar.
All right, Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the
There we
Commonwealth
go.
We're going to return to Charles Ray, please.
Oh, just kidding. Not
Jurors,
Kevin
thank you for your
O'Hara.
patience.
The fuck? I'm glad I can erase on my remarkable. All right, witness 20. Kevin O'Hara. Charles Ray. Who? Kevin O'Hara.
Someone's going to be able to speak to the court and jury in case they haven't heard the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Let's just see who this person is when they state their name. I don't trust anything at this point. Trial is dynamic.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Jesus, Brennan.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police. Last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
Okay.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Brennan's just
Yes, I
loud
came in
this
for the
morning.
day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you were at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I have no idea why
Was it
like
in
the
a-
Zoom call in or WebEx or whatever muted, unmuted happens. That's from the pool feed. Brendan also might be louder if the fans are on in court. I don't know if it's warm this afternoon or not, but if all the fans are on, we know it's hard to hear in the courtroom. We'll see. So this is the officer that responded, I'm imagining, to One Meadows.
Order from somebody, or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at One Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We, at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
His vehicle has
When you
dash
decided
cam.
to go to Meadows for a
So
well-being
we'll see
check,
the dash
did you
cam.
ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
So this is going to be the dash cam video. If I said body cam, I misspoke, but this is the dash cam video. Canton didn't have body cams at that time. I don't know if they do now. I don't think that they do. So this is the dash cam video from that well check.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes.
The friends of John O'Keefe had gone to One Meadows to take care of John's niece and nephew. Law enforcement didn't know that. Law enforcement knew that John O'Keefe had been taken to the hospital. They knew that Karen Reed had been taken to the hospital, and they knew that the niece and nephew might be at One Meadows Ave, so they went to One Meadows Ave.
Do you remember about how long that took you?
A few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
I'm going to move me out of the way the best I can. You can see the time date up at the top of that dash. 1:29 at 8:21:28 a.m. So at this point, John O'Keefe will be at the hospital. It's before Karen Reed, I think, arrives at the hospital, but I am not 100% sure on that. I know her blood was drawn at 9 a.m., so she might already be at Good Samaritan. And the jury can see the snow. The video is clearer than I remember it last time. I know they cleaned up some of the videos, but it's a bit easier to see. I don't know if we saw all of this last time or just when they pulled into One Meadows Ave. I do not remember, but it's fairly clear. Hayes said, guys, this case confused me. Yeah, you're not alone. It is not it is not clear. And it is not done being presented by the Commonwealth yet. They've got, well, until they say the Commonwealth arrests, they have to make their case in chief. So.
Could you stop, please?
Them
Mr.
pulling
Gilman?
into One Meadows Ave with Karen Reed's vehicle there and
Note
John
that the
O'Keefe's
time is
vehicle there.
8:23:10.
That's much
Do
clearer
you
than it was
remember
last time.
the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
And that's Karen Reed's SUV.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
That taillight looks broken to me.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please.
Taillight looks broken to me. We saw this the last trial. We have not seen this trial. I imagine they have still images from it, but that taillight looks broken to me.
So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
On
Yes.
Could I have
the
Exhibit 11, please?
passenger side. That's their zoom in of it.
When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
This was part of the last trial. The video wasn't as clear, though.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you can take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody and see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay.
So we're at the ring camera of law enforcement arriving to do a well check.
Thank you. At this time, I've moved to introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
This looks like more ring footage. I'm glad John's friends went to get his niece and nephew. I think it would have been awful for them to have gotten woken up to law enforcement banging on the door.
Thank you. The first video the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame, and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yanez?
We have no questions for you. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set in 10. Thank you.
That witness was for the foundation of the dash cam video with no cross, because the video is what it is, and the ring
My
videos
next
are what they
witness
are.
would be Kevin O'Hara.
All right, next witness is Kevin O'Hara. I think we're at witness 21. We are now getting into quite a few of the law enforcement witnesses. So I imagine we will see some more dash cam photos, etc.
Right ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you
Woof.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Well, we
spell
can
your
hear
last
you,
name for
Brennan.
the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began
This
your career,
will likely
what was
go to
your
the
role with the
search.
Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
I'm going to put
Yes,
his
continued
background training and experience on 1.25.
throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team. Went
And
to
then
search
when
and
we get
rescue
to search and
training.
rescue, we'll
Tell us a little bit
go back
about
to
search and
normal.
rescue, what you did and what you do.
Background training experience.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special
At
Emergency Response
1.25.
Team, which is known as CERT. I am also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings at least twice a month where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large-scale events, such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced.
Did you guys know you can also join your local CERT teams? If you want to know what's going on where you live, CERT is a great way to do it because members of the community can be part of their CERT teams. So if you have any interest in knowing what's going on and being in the loop with disaster preparedness, CERT is 100% the way to go with that.
The way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person,
I don't think they track
is
cats,
there a
though.
routine,
Just the
or does it
meteorologist.
depend case by case?
We'll start off
CERT's
with a
pretty
set
cool.
normal way we'll deploy. More than likely, we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible.
A lot of
and
you
then
are
eventually it
searching
may
your
turn
area.
into a line search or a grid search.
Good to see.
You said that you lead the CERT team.
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how do typical requests come to you?
Most of the time, I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department asking, give me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which will then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In
The less chain of
2022,
command,
how many full-time members were on the
the
CERT team?
faster.
At that time, we had 55 members, which were, excuse me, sir.
I
we had
have him
one
at
full-time member,
1.25.
55 total members on the team.
He's not talking
The members
that
on the
fast.
CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time?
Their CERT team has 55 members. Remember, when fully staffed, Canton PD has 45, and they are not fully staffed.
They're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
Once we
That
get
would be determined by myself
to
and
January
the captain from
29th, I'll
Special
put him back
Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022 there was
speed.
one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team.
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full, total members. We have currently 5 full-time members, so we increased our on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible.
Okay.
We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
Okay.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022.
All right.
Were
We're
you
going to
contacted
go back to
or
real
was a
time for
request
that.
made for you to
I
consider
Zoom
and accept
background
the
training
mission?
and experience. Was just needed.
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was
Lynn asked in the chat, the tow truck driver testified. No, they didn't. Not in this trial. They haven't.
what I would classify as a courtesy
no, they
notification to
didn't.
see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the approval, the request for approval up his chain of
Request.
command, which he hadn't at that time.
Request to respond.
He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that, we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including which members, notifying the team which members would actually be responding.
Okay.
I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Signed cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator, or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Taillight just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond, so we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role, but because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41.
You know how they remember
p.m.
that so well? They document when everyone arrives on scene. And then you can review it before trial and then testify to when everyone arrives because it's been documented.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the
document
scene,
things.
did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
No
Yes, sir.
precise
Any
location.
landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
Flagpole?
There was a flagpole in
Fire
front of the
hydrant?
residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked. So we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, You don't say there was two front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he'd say that the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location, and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly, or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the street, sir, not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
What?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up, again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you were going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any
I mean,
plowing
how could
before
you
you arrived?
determine where the berm was with that
Yes,
snow?
the plow had come through the area.
Oh, that's how.
The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began
These are
the
good
searching,
questions.
do you know
I think
what
it's
time it
helpful
was
to
that you
establish
actually
whether
began
the
searching?
plow snow ended up into the yard.
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right. Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene, so by 5:24, we started all 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there
Were they
somebody
documented?
who was picking up any evidence
Anyone
that you may
documenting
find and
who's on
putting it in
scene?
bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. You know, if I had been more of in an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location, again, more for our internal records. The primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house, and we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was
This testimony is
documented
much
by the detectives on scene.
easier to
and
understand
collected.
with this questioning.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the CERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
It's just linear, easy to follow
May I approach, Your Honor?
testimony.
Yes.
So they're going to go through what the CERT team found, the photos, the documentation, where it was found, how it was documented, etc. So this is the very beginning of the search. At 5:45 is when they found their first piece of taillight. And I think we'll see a picture of this, but it's
So I'm showing you two
easy to
photographs.
follow.
You recognize what is in them. First one,
Yes, sir.
what is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
A few of you asked what day this is. This is the 29th
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
at 5:45 p.m.
Close up.
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these two photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next plus A.
73 and 73A.
All right, they're marking that into evidence, showing the defense, and letting the court reporter mark it. I don't know if they're going to show it to the jury at this point or not.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yeah.
Luna Zumi asked, Emily, are they trying to make out Proctor wasn't the lead investigator and Tully was? No,
See,
Tully was
exhibit,
handling this part.
number
Proctor was doing
129,
other
please.
things. So, no, it just is what it is. Proctor was going up to Karen Reed's parents' house and going to the hospital and getting the SUV during this time. Tully was in charge of arranging this search. So different members of state police were doing different things. That's but Tully was part of that team. They're trying to get that up on the screen. So no,
I'll move on at this point.
I guess that's not going up on the screen.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
This is before the SUV, close in time to when the SUV gets to Canton, after the
At
SUV has been seized.
5:50, do you know if another item was found?
The jury doesn't know that yet. The jury doesn't know what time Karen Reed's vehicle was seized and what time it gets to Canton. So that will come up later. That's why they are focusing on certain points in time here.
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation, and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker, yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb, and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
We have not seen in this trial when the SUV gets to Canton. We'll get there. But it's not in evidence yet. So. I mean, inverted's proper in this context.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
He's going to keep calling it a
It's a
curb.
close-up picture of
Hank's
the
going to
same
keep calling it
sneaker
a berm.
located.
So there's multiple pictures of the sneaker.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, remove these 3 photos of evidence, please.
All right, so Madam Court Reporter, 74.
Thank you.
They're marking that into evidence. If they put that up, I'm going to zoom until we.
With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
All right.
Yes.
They're going to publish that. I don't think curb berm is tomato. I saw a great question in the chat. And I didn't get to
Can we
pull it
get
up
more of a close-up?
quickly
Skill?
because the chat is busy at over 37,000 of you in here. But I think the reason some are referring to it as a berm is because it is sloped. It is not a like 90-degree angled curb. So I think some see it as a distinction and some do not see it as a distinction, but it is the sloping, he called it, what did he call it? A Cape Cod berm versus a like squared off 90-degree angle curb. So the jury
can you describe what
is
you're
probably
seeing
looking
here?
at that going, where the fuck is the sneaker in that?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb.
not
You
easy
can
to
the
see.
Snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please?
There's the close-up of it.
Sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
Sonder Thought said, I do not remember this from last year. They covered it.
That night, do you recall if there was any...
The testimony was not as clear and easy to follow. The questioning was not as clear and easy to follow, but it did come in last year.
other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right. He's approaching with more photos. And they are using headlamps to try to illuminate on the snow.
Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered, just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there.
Song
and you can
Bitzler,
see the
Hank is
actual
just
molding from
taking
his shovel.
his Post-its off the
That is
photos
another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
because he's not going to put his
yes, sir.
Post-its of what order he's going in
Photograph
and
1 and
evidence.
2 is
But they need to have,
view of a piece of taillight of those fair and
lawyers are going to have their marking on them.
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, we'll produce 2 photographs.
Haley said, Emily, can you answer why Brian Higgins has neither been said in any questions? They've talked about Higgins a bit today and in past days. So. Damn it, Janet said, Emily, shouldn't he say suspected taillight or red plastic?
So when these items were found,
oftentimes there will be a fight over it, but because it's ultimately going to be chemically tested and determined to be taillight, they are not fighting over it because it's not going to be at issue. It's not at issue whether it's taillight. The issue is when and how did the taillight get there? So that is why they are not. But in other cases, if that was at controversy, then yes, it would be suspected.
did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something, and then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
At ground level, touching asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that was another. That photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
Last time.
May I approach?
Yes.
They're approaching with
photographs.
more photographs.
First photograph.
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
A piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these two into evidence, one photograph and a second is a closer-up view. No objection.
Okay.
I don't know if they're going to keep publishing the photographs. We'll see if they do. One of my frustrations with the photographs is there are no rulers, no markers, no measurements from the curb line.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different
When
department?
did media
that was-
arrive? What time did media arrive? And did they record you guys searching? And where's that video? I would love to see that.
Managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description
that
was.
footage would be needed.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line, even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence. They didn't move past the point we had searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
Yes,
and so
Brennan.
not being able to search
hard
the
was the
entire
ground?
yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. And at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
That's not very long.
And so how long was the
Not
entire
very.
search?
How long was the search?
It was
Not very
about
long.
55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
I imagine it was dark
any other
AF.
colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
And we're going to get into cross. Crow Hill asked, why was there no taillight found in the street? They said that there was taillight found at ground level on asphalt, so that would have been the street, not the grass. He testified to that just a few moments ago. And we're going to get into cross, which I imagine will be probably double the length of that direct, if not more.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Oh, I know
Was
some of
there
these
any
answers.
evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge?
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had accessed that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers,
I mean,
bypassers, anybody that
snow
wanted
will
access
tell
to
on
it, they
you.
could have had it.
He said fresh,
Not that I'm aware of,
undisturbed
sir.
snow.
You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up In other words, you were not activated because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond instead of wasting other people's time calling us if I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel so when the green light or if the green light came, you could activate.
Yeah, who can get out of
Correct,
their
and
homes?
to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call is at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, we did not, sir.
Okay.
AJ's
So
using
we do
the
know
questions
that at that 2:30-ish hour.
Using the questions, even though he doesn't know the answers, it's not really the point. Using the questions to establish a bit of a timeline for what's going down and who's calling who.
You are not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes. My GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it.
See, when it's documented, it's so easy to remember a couple years later, which is why you
were at 34 Fairview.
Document things.
You arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry. I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were awaiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were all still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood.
Plowed all the way.
Lieutenant, when
Just
you arrived,
well
given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, et cetera, that part of the lawn, that part of the yard was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flagpole or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
I'm
Okay,
lost.
so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway.
Grab me the
sort of on
map.
the wrong side of the street.
Yes, he had his driver's side,
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
but wrong side for parking. You had driver's side against
So
the
the
curb
area and the
line.
grid area that you ultimately
of 34, which is
decided
wrong
to
side
search and
parking.
ultimately were directed to
That
search,
makes sense.
that was all behind you.
Yes, it was.
And it was dark out, obviously.
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark.
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
While
As
we
a
were
matter of fact,
driving,
your
sir?
focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you
No.
didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the third member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to
Understood.
start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, and made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line,
Oh,
right,
just
in the snow.
where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was
Okay,
at the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
perfect. You indicated
Okay.
that the area that you were searching was
Chap Tully has
relatively
not testified
undisturbed
yet.
snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the
If he testifies.
street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the
3
snow
or
that
4
got
feet
plowed
from the berm.
in, never, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic potentially from a taillight. Is that right?
He said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved a vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing?
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that...
Which is
windy
important to know
conditions sort
that
of define
they
it
go out
in
and
some
search
respects.
and have never searched
The
in
visibility
conditions like
was
this
relatively good.
for evidence.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
So,
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found. Correct?
Yep.
Yes, documentation of your search is important.
Documentation is
You'd
important.
also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you
And
want
how
to
far?
document the relative locations
Location?
between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to
Measuring
document
is for the
evidence
investigators, he said.
or the search is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that you were, if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Measuring it
Correct, sir.
up to the investigator.
And you
Photographing
did, in fact, remove
it, up to
layer
the
by layer
investigator.
of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Christy in the chat asks, is Tully the crime scene whisperer from last round? No, that's not Tully, Christy.
A search of this
Nope. That was
complexity and with this...
That was the state's accident reconstructionist who the crime scene spoke to. Tully was coordinating this search. He has not testified yet. I think he's likely to testify this trial, but we'll see.
Many individuals, and with those conditions, required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
That's a good question.
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list, Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay.
It helps that the cruisers are time-stamped. It helps establish when everybody got onto
Once you
scene
learned
because, well, the cruisers aren't
where you
time-stamped, but they
wanted to
have
search,
GPS that is
you literally had to sort of
time-logged.
turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-cert members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-cert members
So they
included, or they numbered,
moved the
at
cars
least 5 individuals, not
to illuminate
including
the road?
Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe,
The-
I believe
the
it was
5
5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-cert members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And
That's
those
what he
were
said.
members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
He said
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did
state
not
police,
recognize
he
those
didn't
individuals.
Identify Canton.
I recognize one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were obviously, it's dark, you're not paying attention to them, you're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in
There
the
should be
area
a
we were
log.
searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started their search?
No, they were on scene, sir.
Okay.
He's like,
But you don't know,
not accurate.
as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
why did they arrive?
No, we did not
Maybe?
request them, sir.
Okay, so they were there for some reason other than
Because Jackson,
why
if
you were
we
there.
keep getting, did they come
That's
at your
correct,
direction?
sir.
I'm going to fall off of my chair. It's been a long day, sir. Those are
I may
questions
have
for
just a moment,
Tully.
Your Honor.
Hey, Tully, who'd you roll up with? Why?
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
He said he wasn't sure.
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be 3.
That's not helpful. What? It's not helpful at all. Not helpful at all. Let me see if we can find what happened with the feed and get back to where we were as we were in cross-examination. Let's see if we can get back to where we were on cross-examination, because that was not helpful at all. Let's see. We did get green screened.
Calling us if I were to say no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Okay. We need to zoom past that.
Some shovels where...
All right. We're back to cross.
Barrier of snow. The level of snow dropped down to the north.
Okay. We got to that. The undisturbed snow. We were talking about Tully and who else was on scene.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
All right. I think we are in the vicinity of where we were. If there's a little bit of overlap.
Of snow, but then ultimately
fine.
expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible.
No. I need to back up a little bit more, I think. Into cross.
Go over the curb at one point to see if...
All right. Nope. I am
also brought push broom. I brought a couple of guards.
The search team would attend.
Oh, I backed up way too far. All right. Let's make sure we are in the right place and cross. Some days this goes so well, and some days not nearly.
Berm was, sir.
Apologies,
I knocked the
team.
berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
All right. We got there.
The surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the
Nope, we're
level?
past that. Sorry, chat, as we've not gotten to this point yet. I was just trying to get us exactly back to where we were.
I'm not living that far from that location myself. Was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe.
All right, how long it took you to get there? Maybe they retread that ground of cross.
Direct you to a location.
All right, we're talking about Tully.
Given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building and available.
All right, they built the availability list. They talked about how long it took them to get there.
I'm not living that far from that location myself. Was
we talked about
anywhere
that.
from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48.
I am trying to figure out where we were. We were right around here without retreading too much of the same ground.
Toward the flagpole.
I think that's where we were. Sorry, chat. I do not want to retread the same ground with this testimony. I tell you what, I'm so annoyed that the feed just like went.
Then, sir.
Okay, was your tail facing the flag?
All right. I know we did this. Oh, streaming is dynamic. Let's see. This should get into who is
Indicate
there.
that some of them would be red, some might be clear.
Nope. I also the stream is just like we're done
Evidence
for the
search
day.
in this specific type of conditions, but we have done this.
All right, grid search in the snow. Fine. We want to get to 5 people.
You weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is
I mean, they just had a whole witness to do this.
5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Obviously, a search of this
Oh, the stream didn't rewind.
complexity
It
and with this many individuals
glitched and jumped
with
back to
those
the beginning.
conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list.
We backed up a little bit.
Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien,
But I didn't want to miss
O'Hara,
anything, so it's
you,
going to overlap a little.
and Biscardi, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the
Right,
area
and then
that
they
you need to
moved
search and
them
might
at
be
some point.
impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Taillight,
Perfect.
we
And then
believe
they
Down
moved
toward
them.
the driveway, closer to where you were.
All right.
Searching behind
We're
where
almost
you had
there.
originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own. You just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and
Until
go.
Tully got there, and then we get to Tully and the Canton PD officers. Perfect.
recognized one of the
Perfect.
state police members. I believe
Should
the
be right where
second
we
one
want.
was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were
Perfect.
obviously, it's dark. You're not paying attention to them. You're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
This is
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant
right
Tully.
where we were.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, How do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun, and you made
For
note
those of you
that,
asking,
correct?
why would Canton
Correct. I don't know
PD be
when
there? We're going to
the
have to
exact
ask
time they
Tully.
arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't
Canton PD.
on scene when we were when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started.
So they're going to have to ask Canton PD and Tully, but I wonder if it's because Canton PD officers, including Seraph, were the ones that arrived first on scene and can say when we arrived, because Seraph saw John O'Keefe at scene when we arrived, this is what we saw. But you would want them there before the search, but we're going to have to wait until those officers testify.
No, they weren't on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know.
And they will testify.
As you sit here, you can't say
And get
what
asked
time
about
they
that.
showed up.
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
There we are.
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there.
That's correct, sir.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals,
So we'll just have to
you
wait
noted they
until
were
those
either from, I think you said
officers
2 from
testify.
Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be three MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around, and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's when what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus,
I mean, right.
the main focus of your search is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search. So you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, almost an entity, single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct,
I mean,
sir.
there's a lot of
Or a taillight.
snow.
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your
Okay.
focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward, and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir, our focus is forward as we're moving
Off in the
forward into our
distance.
search area.
Thank you.
Into the unknown.
In addition to...
You can't see what you can't see,
the
correct, sir? Yep.
5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4. There was also another person that made contact with you from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area possibly of that mudroom.
Somebody came out of 34. Somebody came out of 34 Fairview. We are on week 3, day 10. Mm-hmm.
That mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing
in
a
a
hooded
hoodie.
sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Adult male wearing a hoodie came out and said, "Are you here about what you were here
testified
about
that
earlier?"
you recovered Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day.
Same.
I apologize. Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of
incident
plastic
earlier?
first.
Oh, fuck it. We're backing it up. Are you here about the incident earlier? I just want to hear exactly what he said. Interesting.
From 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps,
I
front
wanted to back
porch
it up
area,
because I wanted to hear it
possibly, of
again.
that
I don't
mud-
remember that at all.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
Yeah, I don't remember
It was
this
an
either.
adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
Here for what happened earlier.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is.
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged.
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Are you here
You
about what happened
testified
earlier?
that you
Went
recovered.
right back inside.
Having a hard time speaking. It's been a long day. I apologize. Let's try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart. Some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances,
All
sir.
in the
Without
street area?
assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated
Like,
that
were they
all of the pieces
were they all in the street area or were any in the grass area? That's what I want to know.
and the shoe, relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could
They
be
are?
measured out at a later time, which, again,
What do you mean they're all geomarked with exact locations and can be measured out at a later time? Where are the geomarkings?
would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them you've earlier testified would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or
I don't
maybe
think
2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir. Or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
May I have the geomarkings? So they can be measured
Okay.
later?
I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you
It's not a memory test.
remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago.
Don't speak.
I'm sorry. Back in 2022 at a grand jury.
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative?
No.
Maybe fair. Matter of fact, at the grand jury.
Okay.
Relative to each other. Do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent memory. You rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8 and a half piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay.
I mean, he definitely has a good memory.
As you found
He's like,
items
I'm a
of
details
evidence,
guy, man. I search.
Did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item, is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Yep.
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not where the piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir. Ballpark eye distance, but again, that is
Were they all
why we
at
provided the GPS coordinates
level?
of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence, and all those
Did they have a
locations
map
were
of that
turned
last
over with
time?
our report to be measured at the desire of the detective, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours,
Why wouldn't they just put the GPS stamp in with this witness? Because I think they used it with the accident reconstructionist last time. And then by the time the accident reconstructionist last time got to pirouettes and the crime scene spoke to me, I lost my mind. And I think I completely forgot about this. But if they GPS marked them, wouldn't you just bring it in with this witness if you're the prosecutor and be like, they were all here? Because it sounds like the 5 to 6 pieces of taillight that this team found were all near the sneaker at street level, not in the grass or in the yard, all just right at the street near the shoe.
memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the row without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not,
Nope.
sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional...
Sir, I don't think we have either. I don't think we've seen the evidence log either, sir. He's like, no, I haven't seen the log of it. Right?
I do not know.
Jackson has walked away from the mic back over to counsel table and said, from other things that were found later, I have not seen the evidence log. I do not know who found them. I don't know who recovered them. I haven't seen it. Right, because you log it.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote,
He
very
said
satisfied
suspending the search.
that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had.
It's the hearsay of
with
what
Lieutenant
Tully said.
To shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief, and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if I used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. Man.
It's different when Jackson is joking with a witness who he is not pissed off at versus the will this refresh your recollection with a witness that he is unhappy with.
I'm just going on the date. Is this
tell
from
the
last year,
difference.
or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection that that was the words that he used, or at least you remember him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
He's like satisfied, very satisfied. Not as relevant to this witness, more relevant to the defense. This witness is like, I remember what I remember, I said what I said. He has been incredibly consistent. And this witness testifies very linearly, like, it is what it is. I saw what I saw. I searched what I searched. We rolled out when we rolled out. The call logs show when I got there, we did our search. It's just A, B, C, D. I did my job. I did this. I did this. I did that. And Jackson's like, okay, so last time you said he was very satisfied with the search, not satisfied with the search. And he's like, sure. That's what I remember. That's what I said. That's what I said. But it is very just, the affect's the same between the two. When Jackson jokes with him, he kind of just smiled and joked back. And that's just pretty consistent. Is that impeachment evidence? No. You said satisfied. You said very satisfied. Fine. Jackson likes the word very better because he's going to argue it later with Tully. But the defense, this is a very consistent witness. I think he's a very reliable witness. And he says we found the shoe and these pieces of taillight under the snow at asphalt level at 5:45. And that does not line up with the defense's theory of what happened in this case easily. And if the jury likes this witness and believes this witness, it makes, their theory of the case has shifted from last time to this is not a great investigation. And I still think there's a lot in this investigation that's not great. So we will see. But I think this witness testimony is some of the most helpful to the Commonwealth. I was going to say more helpful, but I think it's some of the most helpful to the Commonwealth.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area, how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would, just timing-wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later, after that, maybe 5 minutes later, so let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that?
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dayton being transported to Canton, right?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Somebody just took a photo of the car before it went on to the tow truck. It would be a little bit, it would be a lot helpful for everyone. He said, do you have a photo of what we're looking for?
Sir, you mentioned that there were...
Is it 1 or 2 pieces? Is it more? What are we looking for? But they said that the SUV was still en route. We were getting to redirect with Brennan.
About 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
You mentioned there were 2
That's a good
Canton police
clarification.
officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point. The media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
And no one was on the grid.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about...
Well, that's not helpful. Because he was still questioning when the feed cuts. What? All right, hold on. Let me find another feed real quick to see if we get the end of those questions, because it just cut before the end of the court day while Brennan was mid-sentence. That's just annoying. So give me 1 second. So, no, that live feed just cut immediately while Brennan was questioning. Not that court just cut, that feed just cut. So let's see. Hold on. Let me try to find the end of questioning. I'm going to turn off the volume real quick while I'm looking for that real quick. Miguelina, thank you. Appreciate it. That is just wild and unexpected. Streaming and trials are dynamic. All right. We need to get to the end of questioning. Who knew we weren't at the end of the road here? I'm going to see if I can find our place.
13.
That is, at least we're in Brennan's questioning. That's helpful. So let us try to get back into our redirect here. Thanks, chat. Streaming is dynamic. What happened? Well, the feed just ended before the questioning ended. That's what happened, which is very, very annoying. All right.
Correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
All right. We are backing up a little bit more. The feed also was giving me the spinny wheels.
Detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all
right, let me back up.
Came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been...
Okay, I backed up too far. That was Jackson. See if we're...
I'm just going on the date. Is this from...
Oh, that's during Jackson refreshing his recollection.
Finish the search because of the grass. Tell us a little bit about what made it difficult.
Okay.
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you The vehicle was.
All right. They were talking about a photo would help and the vehicle was underway.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
There we go. We're just leaving it there.
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
There's going to be a little overlap.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Little
Did you
overlap.
ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody
Yep, that's where we were.
place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
This feed does not have closed captioning on. Sorry, chap.
Did you ever see anybody physically
It does not.
intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
Slow down a little, Mr. Brennan.
I mean, fair enough, Brennan.
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Can we ask more
Now,
about the GPS
before you
information?
defined the grid,
Can we ask about
and
that?
before you began that
Great
search,
questions.
you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I did know. I do know him, sir.
Were
Did know.
either
Do know.
Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34
I want to hear
Fairview
way
who had
more
a
about
hoodie
this.
on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question.
Good redirect. That question is leading.
Did that person do anything
But it's good redirect.
to impede your search?
No, he did not.
Yeah. It's a good question on redirect when it's not leading. Can we ask about the geotagging again? Because I
You were
got
asked about your
questions.
conversation with Trooper Tully.
Yes, sir.
The
And
geotagging.
he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you
Okay.
offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb.
That makes sense.
And moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
This testimony
given
is
those
so much more
assessments,
clear.
Is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance?
No, that's the one
Gilman,
that
we could do a
wouldn't
close-up of
show
that?
earlier.
Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back.
That's a horrific photo
Is 73A a picture
That's
from
the
further
zoomed
away of
out
the same piece?
of that piece.
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Can we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red
These
taillight in
photos.
the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels. And you can see, when you get close to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please?
They are shoveling it and then
Can you
dumping
see
the
the shovel
shovels
marks
and
where
then
that
sorting
piece-
through the shovelfuls of snow.
Yes, they're
and then
directly
photographing it.
behind it, and off to the left, you can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the
Yeah,
left
they
of the red.
are, as he said, they are scooping the snow, dumping the shovel, and then sorting through it and then photographing.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level,
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a
Well-
close-up of that, please?
It's the street at that point, near the berm.
And if we could have 76A, please.
That's a
Is
close-up
that a picture of the same item?
of that
Yes,
same
it is.
piece.
Just zoomed in, sir.
You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area
Y'all-
we searched was fresh,
The headlamps are casting the light on the snow.
undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I had realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area I marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
That makes sense.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
I don't think they even
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
asked about that last time.
So the search went approximately 60 feet?
That's the area I marked off, sir.
We're
And
on
in that 60
recross.
feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier. You described.
Steph Sells asked, why couldn't they search during the day? They didn't even get a call that there was a potential need for search until almost 3 o'clock. At that point, TikTok, because it's going to be dark in about 30 minutes. So he got the first heads up that they might need to go out to the scene at almost 3 p.m. And at almost 3 p.m., it's going to be getting dark soon. So they didn't even get that till 3 p.m. They were worried about plows coming back through. And then they needed, he said, an hour plus to contact members of the CERT team and have them start digging out of their own driveways to even get to the scene. So they did not have the ability to search during the light because they didn't even get the call till daylight was almost done. And that's when they went out because it would have gotten dark before they even got to scene. They got to scene after 4:30. So by the time they even got out there, it was dark. And part of that is how long it took each individual member of the team to dig out of their own driveways. And he said he had been plowed in at the end of his driveway to get out. So let's continue on.
Described earlier about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of taillight at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located. Yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not know, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are.
They're almost done with this
When
witness.
Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just a mile and a half away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what
He
time
said
they arrived,
no.
sir.
Thank you.
That question was not whether this trooper knows that. That question was to let the jury know what time it will come up later in evidence that the vehicle was at Canton PD at 5:35. So those questions are not necessarily for this witness, but for the jury. So when he said it was en route, wasn't it really at Canton PD? Not because this witness knows. This witness doesn't know, but because it's going to come up later.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
Redirect.
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
It is what it is.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
May we approach?
Okay. One up, please.
They're going to approach. This is the last witness for today, I would imagine. Let's see. I'm going to see if they go back on the record after they approach. It looks like they do not go back on the record after they approach. I guess we don't even see the jury get dismissed for the day. The feeds were just like, that's enough work for today. Oh, no, wait, they did. It jumped. Hold on. I wanted to see if the court was going to dismiss them for the day. There we go.
So jurors, every day I've been asking counsel whether we are on track. Usually, I haven't reported it to you as much, but I can tell you now that we are definitely on track, maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now, we're done for today. So we'll let you leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or
All right, end of the day.
to this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, to the court, please.
And we're done. We're done. We're done.
Goodbye.
Just someone in the chat said, Emily, what is redirect? Well, I don't know what to call it. Like redirect X3. I don't know. It's direct cross-examination, redirect, sometimes a recross. But then if you direct again, it's not redirect because we've already done redirect. So it's like redirect X2. So I just call it redirect. Generally, the courts shut it off at some point. But if there's one or two questions and there's time left in the day, this judge has allowed them a little bit of leeway with getting back into, are you going to ask one more question? Are you going to ask one more question? She's allowed it. Who said 3 direct? Daniel Carville in the chat said 3 direct. 3 direct is fantastic. Let's try to do a summary of today, and then we're going to answer some questions. A lot of you have questions. Quite a lot of questions. So do not worry. Let's get to the end of day. So much happened after lunch, and yet I've forgotten most of it until we got to that witness. Who was before that witness? Oh, the photos. How can I forget the photos? At the end of the day of day 10, there were 2 more witnesses after lunch once they were all located because there was a kerfuffle of some sort trying to figure out which witness was going to be on the stand. We ended up hearing from one of the officers that went to One Meadows Ave in the morning after about 8:30 in the morning, 8:45 in the morning, to do a well check on John O'Keefe's niece and nephew because they knew that John O'Keefe was at the hospital. They knew that Karen Reed was either still at the scene or headed to the hospital at that point, and they were under the impression or understanding that there might be minor children at One Meadows Ave alone because John O'Keefe was not there. John O'Keefe, of course, we know his friends had gone and taken care of and picked up the niece and the nephew and taken care of them. So by the time law enforcement arrived after 8:30, there was no one at One Meadows Ave. However, the dash cam video shows Karen Reed's car in the parking driveway area of One Meadows Ave, and that is why that witness testified, to show that Karen Reed's SUV was there, parked next to John O'Keefe's SUV. They introduced that video with the broken taillight, and they introduced the photo still from that video showing a broken taillight. So I'm sure there will be much debate about it. It looks to me like the taillight is broken and there is snow in it. The other side, the taillight is solid red, and that side, the taillight is white, and it looks like there's snow inside the missing pieces. Is that going to be as much of a controversy at this point? We'll see, because what we have in evidence is Karen Reed's statements saying that she broke her taillight before this point in the morning. She says hitting John O'Keefe's car, and she had taken pieces out of it and pieces were missing. We've also seen the testimony from Carrie saying she saw that part of the taillight was missing and there was like metal sticking out of it. So is it in controversy the same way it was in the first trial? We'll see, because we have now seen Karen Reed saying, yes, my taillight was broken, cracked, and there were pieces missing. But that video shows the dash cam coming in and the car, and you can take a look and see what you think. The jury is going to get to take a look and see what they think. Then we got into the search at 34 Fairview with the CERT team that was called in by state troopers, same witness that testified at the first trial. And witness O'Hara testified to when CERT team arrived at 34 Fairview, what grid search they did. I think the testimony was very easy to follow during this testimony. He talked about how difficult it was to move snow off of the lawn at 34 Fairview and that they focused on the area near the road because they were worried that the plow would come in and plow, as he said, curb to curb. In his testimony, he said that the plow had come down like more of the middle of the street so that two cars could pass, but the berm was not all the way, the berm of snow. We've talked about berms a lot today. The berm of snow from the plow was not all the way up to the curb line yet. And he was going through and gridding out near the street so that they could go through in case the plow did come back through and go curb line to curb line, that evidence wasn't lost, destroyed, damaged, unfound. And said that they found 5 to 6 pieces of taillight, some red, some white, and a shoe that was upside down up against the curb line and full of snow. He said that those were mostly found down at street level. Nothing was found by the CERT team on the grass, and they suspended that search at about 6:20 p.m. on January 29th. He said they started that search, or 6:15 p.m. on January 29th. They had started that search around 5:20, but they had arrived on scene shortly before 5 p.m. that day. There was a lot of cross-examination about timing and what was searched and where it was searched and what was found and where and what wasn't found. But also, I don't recall him explaining why they didn't search the lawn at that time. And when he explained it, I'm like, that makes sense. He said it was very difficult to easily clear snow off the lawn. And their biggest focus was making sure that the plow didn't come through and upset or damage anything. He also testified that the pieces of taillight that were found near the shoe against the curb line were all found within inches of each other, but all of it was within a foot, and said that it was geotagged. I vaguely remember that we saw a geotag map during the first trial. We have not seen that yet in this trial. I don't know why the prosecution didn't bring it in with this witness, because I find this witness to be very neutral. He's like, we got called, we shoveled out our driveways, we got asked to search, we did the best we can. We brought shovels, push brooms, rakes. We had never searched for evidence in a environment like this. He said in blizzard-like conditions, we've done searches for individuals in these conditions, but never done an evidence search in these conditions. And what really surprised me coming up on cross was, did anyone come out of 34 Fairview? And he said, yes, an adult male came out of the side door of 34 Fairview and said, hold on. I wrote it down. I actually backed up to write it down. We're going to find it again because I don't want to summarize it, because I was like, wait, what? Where was it? So an adult man in a hoodie came out of 34 Fairview and asked them, are you here for what happened earlier? And then they said yes, and then went back into 34 Fairview. On redirect, Brennan asked, did anyone try to come out of 34 and try to dissuade you from searching or try to encourage you not to search, or what happened? But we, oh, wait, I've got to save this chat. Alana, I'm saving your chat. Hold on. I will. We're going to grab that later. It caught my eye as it went by. I don't remember hearing that anyone had ever come out of 34 Fairview and asked about what was going on in the lawn. And this is, in 10 days of trial, the first time we've heard anyone from 34 Fairview stuck their head out of the house and was like, hey, what are y'all doing out there? What's going on? And this is the first time that we have heard that. I think that the testimony from this trooper is some of the best testimony that the Commonwealth has had. I think it's very good testimony for the Commonwealth. The pictures, though, remain terrible. The pictures are hard to see. The pictures are not zoomed in. And what was clarified with this witness is that Trooper Tully was the one on scene in command. He was the one determining where the search would be. Or assisting with information, helping them to determine where the search would be, because they are the search team. But he was also the one that was in charge of documenting everything and where it was recovered from, and photographing everything and where it was recovered from. And the decision to measure or not to measure is ultimately Trooper Tully's decision. And so this witness was very clear on, nope, that's Trooper Tully. Nope, that's Trooper Tully. Nope, the photos are Trooper Tully. They also said that everyone that was searching in their grid search had like camping headlights on, and you can see that in the photos that those camping headlights are on. This is, I think, one of the only law enforcement officers that doesn't work with the troopers at Norfolk DAs and doesn't work with Canton. He is part of search and is stationed not with this group of officers. So he's one of the most removed from anything going on in this case. And I think finding the shoe and taillight pieces in the road near 34 Fairview is some of the most difficult evidence the defense will have to deal with and some of the best evidence for the Commonwealth. Now, we still haven't seen the Commonwealth's accident reconstructionist. We haven't seen the defense accident reconstructionist, and how they think this accident happened based on where they found this evidence, I think is where we will start to get to tomorrow, because it seems that the Commonwealth, to me, is laying the foundation for what actually, well, can I say actually? No, there's not a verdict yet. What the Commonwealth thinks happened with their accident reconstructionist, what their theory is, because we now have what was recovered from the scene. We're getting close in time to when they recover Karen Reed's vehicle. Once they have in evidence Karen Reed's vehicle and the things that were recovered in that initial search, the words are hard for me today too, in that initial search, then you have the foundation that you need to get into that accident reconstructionist. And in a big surprise for me, they ended Trooper Guarino with no cross-examination. Now, Trooper Guarino was mostly a foundational witness. He didn't have a lot of testimony other than reading information in, but absolutely no cross. And was it after lunch? Did we get to the meteorologist after lunch? Was that before lunch? I can't even remember at this point. When did we get to our meteorologist before lunch? Did I summarize our meteorologist already? I don't even remember. I think that was before lunch. But I think it was. Chat's like it was before lunch. We've cat tracked my memory somewhere else at this point, but we got some great turns of phrase today. The relative lightness of the testimony from the meteorologist and the fact that he was so enthusiastic about not only his profession, but some of the history of his profession in Massachusetts was really just a nice break from some of the not only more contentious testimony, but some of the really sad testimony that we got into when we heard Karen Reed's voicemails, and getting the jury to the lunch break, hearing those voicemails. They are incredibly heavy. I think they are incredibly sad, and it brings the weight of this case really back to ground before they get into what was found and where. And at the end of the day, the jury is left with Karen Reed's voicemails today, and then a shoe and taillight pieces being found near the curb line. But we don't have a picture that shows where in the curb line vis-a-vis the house. They are all just snow and pieces of things. And it's hard in some of them to even see where the flagpole is. Nothing showing how far away from the house it is. And we will see how the accident reconstructionist for the Commonwealth ties that all together. Maybe we'll get into that testimony tomorrow. Maybe we won't, but I am interested to see it. So, I mean, some of the issues with those photos is how difficult it is to take photos on snow. Some of the issues is that they just don't seem trained on establishing shots and establishing where a thing is in the broader context, because just looking at snow on the ground doesn't give you any context at all. So with that, I think we have summarized. Let's get to questions, because today was a very full day. Today was a very full day. A very, very full day. Let's just get to questions, shall we? So let's see. A couple of you are asking the shoe didn't match. The shoe is, well, John O'Keefe's items of clothing are not in evidence yet in this trial. But when we get to John O'Keefe's shoes in evidence in this trial, From what I remember from last trial, the shoes do match. There are some issues with shadow and flash, but the shoes look the same, and there was no insinuation by the defense when they brought those shoes out of evidence together that they weren't the same, because they brought both shoes in physically and they just don't have those yet in evidence, but they will bring those in, and they will bring in both shoes that were recovered elsewhere. So the jury will physically have both shoes, and they will have those later. Now, we heard in opening that there was it shoes he was talking about DNA on? We heard in opening comments from the defense about DNA on some of the clothing items, and we will see. So we will see that in a bit. Nancy asked, how did Snow get in an upside down shoe? I think it is a fair question. I am not going to, well, we'll see if anybody asks it. It could very easily be from digging up the snow, but we will see. It could be from cars coming up and near it, because it seems that they're in the area of the curb line. Why did my mouse just disconnect? It seemed like they were in the area of the curb line where people were driving up all morning. And so people were driving up all morning with that, my mouse just completely died, with that information, or that those items should have been near the curb line when everybody's driving up. But everybody was parking along the curb line and not even looking when the first responders got there. So it could have been from cars. It could have been from plow, but it seemed that the plow was further away. I have to find a cable because apparently my mouse disconnected and I can't pull up any more comments to answer your questions if my mouse won't connect. So I'm going to have to give you guys 30 seconds of music while I try to find my mouse, which I can't even do. Because, hey, Megalina, oh, probably can't change it. Oh, wait, there we go. I'm going to have to grab my mouse is back briefly. I'm going to give the court is on break bumper for like a minute while I grab a cable real quick, because streaming is dynamic, and if I don't, I'm worried it's going to die while I'm in stream, and then I'm never going to be able to answer your questions. So chat, give me 30 seconds and I will be right back, because Lord, this mouse is trying to do me in today. Oh, now the mouse wants, now you want to get sassy? Now you want to get sassy? You want to pause my fucking music? What is... Yes, I know I unmuted myself. Freaking trackpad. It's plugged in all weekend. It's just getting sassy. My trackpad's getting, my trackpad's getting mad at me. Plugged it in all fucking weekend. And it's still just like, girl, we don't know you. I think the only answer is that I need to buy a new trackpad. I think, Emily, are you immediately like, oh, it gave me a problem once, I need to buy a new one? Mm-hmm. When it comes to tech, mm-hmm. Is that just an excuse to buy new tech? I mean, I would never say that. The accountants might listen. It's not an excuse. It's a need. I can't stream and answer law nerd questions if my mouse is going to start shit with me after streaming for 7 hours. I literally can't. Alana Goldberg said, hey, EDB, tell Dr. B we are live from the Prosto Resident Lab watching you. I will absolutely let Dr. B know. And I will see if I need to fight with him over whether or not he ate the rest of the birthday cake. Well, I was streaming, but I will 100% let him know, because, you know, my nerdy maxillofacial prosthodontic husband will absolutely love it. So hope you guys are getting stuff done. It is that time of year when y'all are really busy too. So I get it. Tracy, I see your super chat. We're not there yet. We're not there yet on that testimony. We'll get there. Doctor Who said redirect 33 1/3, the final insult. There are times that Brennan's redirects have been quite good and quite, I think, on point. What I appreciate about Brennan, and there are times that all of these attorneys will annoy me, like all. But what I appreciate about Brennan's redirect is they are incredibly targeted. He is a smart attorney, and his redirects are really focused on his points. And one of my criticisms of the prosecution, I mean, one of more than a few, but one of my main criticisms of the prosecution during trial one was that it felt like the prosecution was trying to negate the defense's theory of the case without actually just proving their case, and was trying to go down all the rabbit holes that the defense might go down. And I think Lally got pulled really into that, and it is not his style as a prosecutor. And the thing about the defense is that they can shift, they can modify, they can say, oh, but what about this and what about that? They have room to be more fluid during trial. The prosecution doesn't. If you're super fluid with your theory during trial, the jury's going to be like, okay, but is it this, but is it this, but is it this? And if it's this or this or this, then that's not one thing, which means then that is a problem with the standard of reasonable doubt if the prosecution is fluid with their theory of the case. That doesn't mean they can't change their theory of the case between trial one and trial two. They still have a timeline that they have to work with because of digital evidence. But the defense, their job is to point out where the prosecution has not met their burden. And they can be much more flexible in doing that. So when it felt like Adam Lally was just running down every potential, tangent that the defense would throw out, he was getting completely lost in the sauce. Brennan is much more targeted and much more focused on what I'm proving, and not as focused on what the defense is doing. But Brennan has been, for a substantial amount of time, a defense attorney. It might be easier for him than Lally to put his head into what the defense might do or not do, but he is much more focused on staying in his lane and proving his case. We will see where we get with that when we get to the end. But the jury today heard some testimony that is going to make them raise eyebrows one way or the other. No matter how they interpret it, there is a lot that they don't know at this point. And with the jury, sometimes it's hard to undo. They're told not to form opinions early in the case, but if they're sitting there going, well, that doesn't look good, which is what the prosecution wants them to be doing, it gets harder to undo that the longer you get into trial. Of course, with this case, I think the medical testimony is incredibly important. And I can't imagine a juror sitting there not wanting to understand, how did John O'Keefe get hit with the car? Okay, fine. You have shown what Karen Reed has said. You have shown voicemails. You have shown some timeline. You have shown that there is taillight in a shoe on the street near 34 Fairview. How did this happen? And I think that the longer we get to how, or the longer we go without answering, how did this happen? I think the more difficult it is for the Commonwealth. And then, of course, we will see how the Trooper Proctor testimony comes in. We all know, well, we know part of what's coming with Trooper Proctor and how much it can blow up the prosecution's case. I think they are being very mindful of building the strongest case that they have before the jury hears from Trooper Proctor. And Trooper Proctor, I think for some jurors, is going to be a game changer. I think accident reconstruction for some jurors will be a game changer. And I think medical examiner testimony and medical testimony will be a game changer. So, let's see. I missed what, said Emily. How are photos without any depth perception or reference or relation to the flagpole, fire hydrant, the house, the front door, curb allowed in this case? If you can, they have foundation. They have foundation. So they are allowed in evidence. Are they good? No. Does it give the defense more room to be like, what the fuck even is this? Yes. but they are proper evidence. You know who took them. There's foundation for who took them. There's time and date stamp for when they were taken. So they are foundationally proper. Are they terrible photos? Yes, absolutely. Are they as bad as a case I had that had a full blood trail and somebody took all the pictures in black and white film? No. Why are these in black and white? We didn't know we had black and white film in the camera. And the defense was like, is it water? Is it motor oil? Is it blood? I'm like, ask them. I didn't put the film in the camera. But yes, they were still putting film in the camera. Oh, yes. No, I became a lawyer in 2005. Oh, yes. No, this was in the mid 2000s. Black and white film in the camera. Black and white film in the camera. And the defense is like, girl. And I'm like, girl. I don't know. Thankfully, the photos did not make my case. They did not make the entire case at all. They were not the most relevant thing in my case. But when the defense is like, I was like, I know. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. I'm with you on that. Okay, let's get dangerous and to questions. Kayla Aereo Scorpion, good to see you, said EDB. I saw Disturbed last night. I have heard it is the greatest show. I have heard their tour this year has been fantastic, and everyone who sees them live loves them. Great show, highly recommend. If you haven't seen them live, I have not. Same with Jordy, who also played last night, along with Nothing More. That sounds amazing. It sounds amazing. I didn't realize Pearl Jam was in Nashville this weekend. My summer tour schedule is not nearly as full as I would like it to be because trial is exhausting. So Dalton asked, how did he geomark the location and come back to it later? He said he geomarked it so it could be measured later. I don't know how they geomarked it to be measured later, and nobody asked. Nobody asked. Nobody asked. Nobody asked. The Neurospicy Mama 4 said, EDB, right exactly where Karen Reed said she was pulling pieces out and tossing on the ground. She said she saw broken pieces and took them out. I don't know if she took them out. I think she said it, John O'Keefe's at One Meadows, but I would have to go back and look. But in this trial that they didn't have last trial, they have Karen Reed saying my taillight was cracked or broken. I don't remember exactly which word she used, and I don't want to misstate that, but that she took pieces out and dropped them. I think she said it was at One Meadows, but I would need to look back at it. So I saw, and Needham said, Emily, when did you graduate high school? In the 1900s. In 1996. What? Jen Murphy said, why wasn't the charge vehicular manslaughter? Jen Murphy, this is a great question. Count 2 is vehicular manslaughter. I get asked a lot, why did they also add count 1 and count 3? I don't know. And it's hard for me to wrap my head around that decision as much as I try. There are some things that are just confounding to me. My guess, and this is purely a supposition, my supposition is that when they got into Karen Reed's phone and John O'Keefe's phone, they looked at the text, the voicemails, and the rest of the phone data, and that's when they decided to elevate the charges. I think that is why they plan to elevate the charges. I don't necessarily agree with that. That's what it is. Roger, I appreciate that. No, Roger, I am turning 27. Because I am a May birthday. I know. Christy said, do you think they upped the ante hoping she would plea? It's possible. They shouldn't. You should only charge counts that you think you can prove. They shouldn't do that. But am I confident that the prosecution team in this wouldn't be like, well, if we add a second degree murder, she'll plead to something less? I am not speaking for these folks. I don't know what they're thinking. They should not. It doesn't mean they didn't, but they should not. It's not an appropriate reason to charge cases. Not at all. Because again, if you think you have a second degree murder, charge the second degree murder. Don't charge the manslaughter then. If you've got the case, got the case. When we were looking at the Sarah Boone case, and if any of you didn't watch the Sarah Boone case in the chat, just hang with me for a second. But in the Sarah Boone case, there were times when I was looking at the testimony as it came in Sarah Boone, and I was like, they probably could have charged that as a first. Like, they probably could have. They probably could have charged that as a first-degree murder. They charged it as a second-degree murder. I think it's fair that they charged it as a second-degree murder. I think there's an argument that they could have proven a first. But I think in the Boone case, they looked at it and went, that might be a reach. So we will stick with the second degree, which is very much what I anticipate seeing from prosecutors. If it's going to be a reach, then you don't charge it. Could they have? I think they could have. Especially with what she was saying on video. They stuck with the second, saying, you know what? A second is appropriate here. This is what dead to rights can prove. And this is what we're going with. And then they still offered her a plea deal down from the second. That is, I think, appropriate restraint instead of overreaching for the first in the Boone case. And that's what I expect to see is prosecutorial restraint. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. And if you can't, it absolutely means that you should not. But yeah, I agree with you. Sarah Boone got offered a pretty damn decent plea deal. I was like, nah, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's also true. Blue Eyes Fairy said a second degree gave them life without parole, which is also wild that in Florida, life is just period, where in a lot of jurisdictions, life has sometimes a range from 10 to 15 to 25, where there's a parole option, no parole option. Florida's just like life, period, done, which was also wild. Let's see. Susan said, FYI, NBC Boston 10's coverage said at least 5 jurors have heads down scribbling notes all day. I had heads down scribbling notes all day. There were a lot of timelines today. And the timelines are the times that you're getting are starting to fit. The times of all the phone calls, the times, or not fit. That is a word with judgment. You can start to see where times go in order. So you're starting to have more ability to say, okay, she returned back to One Meadows at this time. Okay, there's these phone calls at this time. Okay, there's these voicemails at this time. I think there's a lot to take note of because there's a lot of times, there's a lot of snow levels. I think for jurors wanting to know exactly what amount of snow was on the ground at what particular time in the morning is important. And it's going to be really hard to remember that if you don't note it down. So I'm not surprised. There was a lot of that kind of technical data to take their notes. MEM said, can jurors use their notes during deliberation? They can. They are told to go off their memory, not their notes. But yes, they can use their notes during deliberation. But also most of the things that have significant times, like the weather charts and stuff like that, they'll have those exhibits with them so they can go to the exhibit if there's a disagreement. And they're like, I think it was 0.08 of an inch, and I thought it was 0.02 of whatever. They could just pull up the chart and look at it together. And that's helpful too. But when you have a lot of, not disputed fact, but like at this time it snowed this much, I'm not surprised jurors are taking notes quite a lot. I took quite a lot of notes today because it was a lot of information coming in. So Jen Murphy, thanks for the question. Noel said, if Brennan had doubts of guilt, would he continue? He should not. That is against prosecutorial ethics. A prosecutor should not take a case to trial unless they believe that they can prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. And there are times where you look at a case and go, I can prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, but that charge is not the right charge. That is not the right result. There are a lot of other considerations, probably too much to go into today, but there is a lot of other considerations that go into charging cases, prosecuting cases. There are considerations of victims that come into play. There's a lot of considerations that go into play. So again, just because you can doesn't mean you should, but Brennan should not take a case to trial unless he believes he can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm interested to see what they know that we don't know. CJ Elliott and everyone who gifted memberships, thank you for the gifted memberships. Rehomed Sally Port Camera said, EDBI motion for our own expert. You should collab with Ryan Hall about what, if any, weather happened that night. I imagine that Ryan Hall's response, and I do not know Ryan Hall other than being a stan and popping into the chat and seeing when he's covering weather because I am a nerd. But I imagine Ryan Hall wants nothing to do with cases on the internet. They get wild. People have all of the feelings. And he's like, I'm just covering weather, man. I'm not getting into any of it. We're covering real time weather. We're not doing it. I wouldn't do that to him because this case is, there is so much, but we'll have to find something where we can have a chat. Christy asked EDB, what will happen with Proctor's previous important testimony in this trial? Well, he's probably going to have to come in and testify about it. I mean, it's not like in the last trial, there were moments of like, oh, that's unexpected. Proctor's testimony was not one of those moments for Proctor or for the attorneys. There was nothing in Proctor's testimony that they didn't know was coming. They knew all those text messages were coming. It was a surprise to me how bad they were because the defense was very restrained in opening talking about them. The jury doesn't know how bad those texts are. The defense was incredibly restrained in opening, and I think it's smart. You don't give away your whole hand. I mean, even if you're playing Uno No Mercy and you can't hold all 20 freaking cards. So I think the jury will be shocked and appalled when they hear those text messages. I don't know how anybody can think that it's okay, but Proctor wasn't surprised. So it's not a moment where the impact of a witness downplaying something and now knowing it's coming, like a Katie McLaughlin. I think the way she was able to testify this trial, she knew that there were photos of her and Caitlin Albert. She knew it was going to come up. She was able to address it in direct. She wasn't able to distance from it as much as she did last trial. And it was just like, okay, that's a girl you knew from high school, and you're at a baby shower, and you're traveling, and you play soccer together, and. Proctor knew what was coming, and he knows what's coming this time. It's not going to lessen the impact of it. Like, there doesn't need to be a moment where Proctor's caught off guard for that testimony to be impactful, if that makes sense. So let's see. Who had Track a Cat on their bingo card? Not I, but I am delighted and I love it. Doug said, did you say DCI? I'm a huge Crown fan and go to many shows. If you are at Crown shows I will be at a few shows because Cavs are performing with Crown at a couple shows. So we will see some of their shows. Crown's show last, chat, just pardon me while I nerd for a minute. Doug, Prometheus last year was such a good show. It was such a good show. Crown's Hornline is so good. We were at their show here in Middle Tennessee, and we were sitting near a number of the staff for Crown. It was really fun getting to sit with them while they were watching Prometheus. It was great. It was a great show. Crown is a great, I mean, all of them are great as you get into Crown and Phantom Regiment, which I know I said wrong, and Blue Stars and Blue Coats and all the rest of the Blue Ninjas. I'm just teasing. All the rest of it. It's just so good. It's so good. Ino Vito Veritas. I live in Music City, man. We get everything through here just about. It's great. So, it is fantastic. Number one fan said, my daughter marched with the cadets. You must be tough to march DCI. My child loves it. He loves it. He's just like, I'm exhausted and I'm sweaty and I'm dying and I'm so happy. Like, just loves it. Mandarins, Vanguard, how did we I didn't even say Boston Crusaders. Just so good. So good. I love it. Marching band makes me happy. Crocker said the second the family dog Chloe was referred to it as it, I lost all. Oh, the guy, the calling Chloe it the whole time. It was wild. Thank you, EDB, and this amazing community. Fellow ADHD neurospicy Tauruses, let's ride. Calling Chloe, it was so wild to me. It was wild, but it's also kind of wild that, and a good question, this trial, from the friends, like the close friends of Brian Albert Jr., don't know the family dog. Like they're just like, we don't know him. We don't know Chloe. We've never met Chloe. Wild. My kid's personal Uber driver said Blue Stars are doing a residency at our high school. That's so cool. What a cool experiment for your kids. RK, yeah, 16 is the youngest age. It's the age in for DCI. Did I say Music City? Yes, Nashville, baby. Music City. Music City. Let's see. From Chuckles Quad said, from a liability perspective, they should have taken photos to prove any damage didn't occur at Canton PD while in their control. I have so many issues with photos not being taken, like of every aspect of Karen Reed's car before they loaded it up to tow it. And then when it arrived at Canton PD, taking photos of all angles. I agree with you. I agree with you. I agree. Ryan K, Star Wars Rye said EDB, was John O'Keefe declared before the car arrived at the Sally Port? Yes. We don't have that in the record yet, but it is in the morning hours of January 29th. Jessica said, I will now refer to this witness only as Lieutenant Leafblower. I think it is a descriptor. I think it is fair. The chat has been very, very good about no spoilers and no name calling. It gets hard at times. I think Lieutenant Leafblower is a descriptor. I do. Let's see. Lively Lindsay said, Emily, we were at the same band competition a few months ago. Do you like it when people recognize you? Oh, I mean, it's not like I'm like, hi, I'm EDB, but I always chat with the Lawnards when I'm out and about. So feel free to come up and say hi. I ran into Lawnards at Metallica. It was so much fun. I run into Lawnards at band, at guard. I've had Lawnards come say hi when I'm working the snack bar at my kids' school. And the Lawnards have been amazing. We take pictures, we say hi. It's always lovely to say hello. So yeah, no, of course, if you see me, come say hi. If I am at a band event and I'm crying, it's still fine to come say hi. I do that. I have no chill. Like I have no chill. It happens when my kid performs. My eyes just water. It's like just Pavlovian. I'm just like, I'm so proud of him. And then just tears, but 100% come say hi. 100% come say hi. Laura, thank you for the super chat. Laura said, you can't lose credibility when you don't have any to begin with. Laura, this witness really went there, didn't he? He was just like, I mean, this was after we got into the spanking and the search warrants. You would lose credibility. He is a wild witness. And I think today we got to seeing two incredibly bookended different types of law enforcement testimony. Laura said, we will never know what really happened on January 29th thanks to this guy. The investigation is an issue for me. It's just it's an issue for me. It remains an issue for me. But we bookended from Lieutenant Gallagher in the morning to the CERT officer in the afternoon, and O'Hara from the state troopers, not the troopers DCI group, the state troopers. And it is two completely different types of law enforcement testimony. And I think it's incredibly noticeable for a jury when it's all in the same day. They've gotten from absolutely not, no, to testimony of, we arrived on scene at this time. I know that because my car has GPS and it logs when I get there. We logged everybody on scene. This is when everybody arrived on scene. This is what my responsibilities are. This is what their responsibilities are. This is what we did. This is when we searched. This is when we stopped. And then on cross, it was the same thing. No, this is when we started. This is when we stopped. And then it was, he said he was satisfied with our search. Could he have said very satisfied? Do you remember testifying to very satisfied? Would it refresh your recollection? He said, okay, at this date, I said very satisfied versus satisfied. It was same. He was happy with the way that the search went. Just boom, boom, boom. Linear testimony. Pretty new trial effect. Just night and day difference between absolutely not. And I think what's really clear with O'Hara, this is what stands out to me, is he's not anticipating like an insinuation in any of the questions from Alan Jackson. Well, Jackson asked, okay, so when you were there at this time, you asked for a photo. Yes. Did you know that the SUV was at Canton PD that's at this time? No, I didn't. Did you know this and that? No, I didn't. Did you do this and that? We did this, we didn't do that. This person was in charge of that. He was answering the question that was asked, and he was not reading into the question, just answering what was asked. Where Gallagher was reading into every single question. But you can also tell Jackson's questioning is different. And I think the tenor of Jackson's questioning also indicates to the jury, is this a witness that this attorney is put out with? Or is this a witness that this attorney isn't put out with? You can tell if Jackson is like with this guy or not. It's real easy to tell. And you'll see it from the prosecution as well, I'm sure, when we get into Brennan's cross-examination. If he is put out by the testimony or put off by the testimony of a witness, Brennan's going to be like, the attorney's tone and demeanor also indicates to the jury, oh, we're all just answering questions here. Look at that. Everybody's just doing their job. Or the just battle royale that is, I mean, I don't remember sitting at that today. I see it on that paper, but I just don't remember that today. And then you see the attorney and the witness just locked horns. The jury can feel all of that. And I think there's time when the jury is like, oh my God, will they stop fighting? And I think there's time when the jury's like, just answer the fucking question. Just answer the question. Just answer it. They see it. Sweetie, I think I got that right. Side clip. Jen said no one saw him. Jen planted the seed. Karen Reed did say that in that clip today that I don't think we'd heard before. No, it was in the voicemails. In the voicemail, we hear Karen Reed saying no one has seen you. And then we get to the clip from one of the docuseries saying Jen says no one has seen you. But she says it in the voicemail, no one knows where you are. And it moved kind of fast. I don't remember Karen Reed in the voicemail saying that last time, no one knows where you are. The jury, well, we'll see how the evidence comes in. But it would not surprise me if a jury went back to the jury room and was like, I want to hear the voicemails again because they went fast. But she says in the voicemails, no one knows where you are. And that was at 12, whatever. And thanks to the amazing Team Baker, when those voicemails start to play, will be timestamped. If you want to go back and rewatch the voicemails too, those will be timestamped down below. But that no one knows where you are. Is it hyperbole? Did she have other conversations? If she had other conversations, then we will see it on the phone records. So when those voicemails start, are all timestamped because Team Baker is crushing it with the timestamps. Kate P said, with police testifying like this, can defense renew their motion for a police procedure expert when the Commonwealth rests? I'm sure that they will try. I think the judge is pretty locked in on that. However, on the flip side of it, I wonder if we will see in cross-examination Alan Jackson asking more of other officers about policies and procedures, because we saw it with the last witness, O'Hara. So you go through it this way. Documentation's important. There are other ways for the defense to illustrate what doing your job looks like and illustrates why would I log that into evidence and tape it looks like. I think they should have let in a police procedure expert. I've told you how I feel about that ruling and what I think. However, I do think there will be other witnesses to use other witnesses to prove what a shit show it is. But I also don't think jurors are stupid. I think that jurors can sit there and just be like, that can't be right? Like, you tape it. And having the box of evidence in court that he's untaping and talking about, or Gallagher was talking about why you seal it up and then go to the bag and it's like, but nobody taped this, did they? They can tell. The jury can tell. That's weird. You didn't tape, you put it all in red Solo Cups and you didn't tape it? What could go wrong? You didn't log it? There's no log, there's no other pictures? I think the jury can understand that. So, motion to have Jackson's word of the day precipitously. Maybe we're going to have a couple words of the day today, I think. I worry that we should spread them out now. We're going to put them all today because they're all from today's video, but we had a lot today. There are a few other questions. We'll get to this. Was there any animosity between Boston PD cops and Canton PD? I have no idea. It doesn't come in at this trial. So if there is, I have no idea. That, and the jury probably won't know either because it won't come up in trial. Renee L said, EDB or Emily, I disagree about taking photos of the SUV in the Sally Port. It was in their possession. They should make sure there's evidence of how it came and left. Just my opinion. Renee, I don't disagree with you that pictures should have been taken. It should have been taken by state troopers, not by Canton. I also think Canton was like, we've got video, but evidence photos should have been taken by state police when it was checked in. But I understand it's like, why, if they're not evidence photos, why wouldn't you just take photos of state police evidence that they are using your Sally Port for? More people should have taken photos. So let's see. Yeah. Crazy Asian 303 said, what if any investigation was done? None, period. Some people investigated. They just not all together. And I'm glad that they asked Gallagher about the camera on the house, because it was one of the lingering questions I had last trial, which is there's a street full of people in law enforcement that live here and nobody's got a fucking camera. And he's like, nah, it's just pointed down at the packages. There's nothing of the street. At least there's an answer. Nathan, thank you for the super chat. Said, Emily, my wife and I have loved your content for years. So much that I went to law school. Now I'm graduating Friday. Can't wait to be law nerd ESQ. Thanks for the fun times and inspiration. I mean, we have not done an applause today, but Nathan, congratulations on your graduation. I hope you see this later if you come back and watch, because the super chat was from way earlier today, but congratulations, law nerd ESQ. Look, graduating law school is the most bittersweet thing in the world, because it's like, I graduated, I have to study for the bar. You have 7 seconds to be like, okay, I've got to study for the bar. It's miserable. It is quite a lot, but congratulations. And I hope once you are done with bar prep, you're just like, thank you, we're done. Sarah, thank you for the love for the case briefs. I'm working all day today. Have a great day in court. The case briefs are absolutely to keep things easier for the law nerds. Those are on the Emily Show YouTube channel and on the Emily Show audio feed. So you can find those there. So, Azana said, do we trust the jury to pick up nuances in testimony? It is part on the jury, and that is why there are 12, because different people will pick up different things. And that is why you do not have a jury of like 1. That is why there are 12. But also, some of those things get tied together in closing arguments, and the jury will go, oh. So some of the biggest nuances will get tied together. So that is yes and yes. But again, that's why they have conversations, and that's why they deliberate. They sit down and go through stuff together, and it's important. Let's see. Daphne said, we are now from what if anything to absolutely not. I got my brother a shirt that says what if anything because he is a lawyer also. I mean, the absolutely not just we had to wear the Absolutely Not shirt today. We have to wash it and wear it another day. So thank you again, everybody. I'm trying to get through comments and questions to get to the questions, so I make sure that I answer them, because I know there are lots of them, but we might need our own Absolutely Not shirts. Melissa asked, is court done for today? Yes, it is. And I will be zooming quickly because it is times and I am tired. Mimi said, what was John's tenure with Canton PD? He was with Boston PD. I do not remember off the top of my head how long he was with Boston PD. It was not insignificant. It was not insignificant at all. My father's alibi said, you've inspired my daughter to go to law school. She was accepted to Yale. Congratulations. We need, hold on.
That's my opinion!
I think Yale's amazing. And I think the Tamara shout out hopefully is inspirational. But congratulations. It is an adventure. I think, oh God, if I had my remarkable and stuff, law school would have been so much more fun. But the most important thing about law school or any post-grad for me is you have to take care of yourself. You have to sleep. You have to hydrate. You have to have some fun. A hobby is helpful, even if it's video games or whatever, because you have to take a break because your brain needs space to synthesize information. You cannot study all the time. It is not helpful. Good sleep, good food, good hydration, good rest, move, have a hobby, do something fun. You can't do law school all the time. Your brain will not retain information. It is critical to find some balance. Lawyers are terrible at balance. It is better to learn it during law school than to try to learn it during practice. I think younger generations of lawyers are getting better at it, and they're like, I'm not doing that. But it is needed. And in law school, there will be some that are like, I study 24/7. All right. That's not great. You got to have some fun. It's law school. Anyway, you got to pace yourself. Law school is exhausting, and so is the bar. Sleep is needed. Sleep was needed. June said, I have been wondering when a criminal case gets open, it is assigned a case number. Question, when the evidence is recovered from all areas, will it be logged under the same case number? It should be. It should be logged under the same case number. Some of the confusion in this case is because some things were logged by Canton PD and some things were logged by state police. But the way you would want to see that happen is you would want to see a number saying, or a supplemental report saying, this is the Canton police number. This is the evidence they had logged. This is what was turned over to state police. This is who took custody of it. And this is what number it was given. You would want a supplemental report just to bridge the gap between the two, generally from whoever was the lead on the Canton side, written over to state police, just to document transferring it over the way any of you would do at work. The way any of you would do at work. Any of you would say this to that. So JJ Don said, Emily, my hobby is making glass beads, the perfect zen. I did a lot of photography in law school. It just made me happy and it made me get out. And my first year in law school, I was in the Pacific Northwest and it was beautiful. So you gotta get out. I also was still swimming some during law school because my shoulder was not completely just garbage at that point. Judy, you got this. Said, thanks for body doubling today. Almost 3 years. Good to see you, Judy, and all of our legacy law nerds. We're not going to say OG because it has old in the beginning, but our legacy law nerds that have been here forever. It's good to see you. Under Your Scars said, if not a possible crime scene, why searching in the snow? At that point, by the time CERT comes out, they had formulated more of an opinion about it being a crime scene. When it was earlier in the day with Lieutenant Gallagher, he was looking for an explanation for a medical issue. So he was looking around to see if they could find anything that made sense. That is what I gathered from that testimony. Why not ask the tow truck driver about the taillight? I don't think did they call the tow truck driver last time? We haven't gotten to that yet. I think they called the tow truck driver last time, but we haven't gotten to that part of testimony yet where they call the tow truck driver and Dighton police and the rest of it. We're not there yet. I think we'll start to get there tomorrow. It would make sense to me that we start to get there tomorrow. So, let's see. A couple questions that came in that were really good, including by Hello Awesome. Emily, wouldn't the plow disturb items found in the AM? If John O'Keefe was hit when the prosecution said, what I gathered from this last witness is that they had plowed down the middle of the street and the snow berms were to the side, but they did not reach the curb line. So could it have pushed them over? I think it could have pushed them. I think it could have pushed it over. But they had not plowed curb line to curb line. So I don't know if it would have redeposited things because they were found at the bottom of the snow. How far under the snow they would have been might have been exaggerated by the plow line. What is the noise? All right, let's see. Coralot 11 said, we certainly didn't see those taillight pieces during the snowblower video. And what made sense to me at the end of the day today is the 6 to 7 pieces of taillight we heard about today were at the street. When they were at ground level, they were on asphalt. The leaf blower video was on the grass near the flagpole. So those were in totally different parts. Now, I'm going to be very interested to see when we get to what's near the flagpole. And because there are now lawnmowers outside of my house, it is probably the perfect time for me to say, Lawnards, it is time for me to get going for this fine day. So I will see you guys tomorrow. And it's going to get loud, and I don't want you to have to hear it in your headphones. Seeing Red said, do we know roughly how long until the defense case in chief? I do not have a good estimate yet. Will the prosecution be done this week? We'll see as the week progresses, but the prosecution said about 3 to 4 weeks, and we are in week 3. So I think we are moving towards the latter half of the prosecution's case in chief. They've been moving along pretty quickly, all things considered, and we will be in court tomorrow. I wonder if tomorrow we will start to get to Karen Reed's car being impounded. And my big question really is, there's so many. At this point, my question in order of witnesses, let's narrow that down. In order of witnesses is, will the Commonwealth bring in their accident reconstructionist before they bring in Trooper Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, and others? I'm curious to see how the order of witnesses goes tomorrow. Lawnards, you're the best. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Hydrate. Get some sleep. Trial days are long days. I need to go stretch. We need to just, we need to go move. I'm starting to count down. Like, when are we getting to Trooper Proctor? Like, when? I want to know. And I know you do too. So I'll see you in court tomorrow. Don't forget to get the Lawnard app. Bye. Thanks for joining me on this stream. If you don't want to miss a moment in court, you need the Lawnard app at lawnardapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android where I can keep you in the loop with everything happening in court and, of course, when the jury has a verdict. So if you don't want to miss a moment of this trial coverage, make sure you get the Lawnard app. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being a Lawnard.